The second leg of the Sunbet Poker Tour, which travels around South Africa on a national scale. And this evening it is day 1B of the main event, 3 million guaranteed, and one winner is going to end up with 1,250,000 to take home. What a lovely purse for all players. I'm so delighted and excited to have in my company this evening Mr. Ray Rami. Good evening, Ray.
How are you, Mark?
Very well, and yourself, Ray?
Very good, thanks.
It's so good to see you back in poker. It's been a long time. I know you've had some health issues over the last few years, but you're looking great.
Yeah, and I'm very, very happy to be with you. To see everybody and get back in action.
So, Ray, before we talk about a bunch of stuff that I want to chat with you this evening, you've already played day 1A, and you unfortunately sort of bust out in level 11, which is 11 hours deep. Tell us a little about your journey.
Played a bit tight. I played that the action wasn't so good for me. It's getting very low cards and a bit of high action with the players. Those players that like to spend a lot of money, they can just go out and change. But anyhow, I got on, and I think it was after we were changed, when we got changed to the feature table. I found it a bit tight, and I was handling it good, and just ace king run out for me. I lost a lot of chips there. Then I lost a big stack of chips from pocket queens, where they come in with 6-8, and the payout comes 2, 3, 4, 5 for him to make it straight, and I lose 90% of all my stack. And then still the last stack, the 6 and 8, and they get 6 and 8. So nothing I could do.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's still an element of luck involved in poker. Sometimes you have to get the cards in and get a little bit lucky. You need a bit of run good, as you know, Ray. I mean, nobody's run as good as you have in poker. I mean, you are the #1 earning player in South Africa, still on the Hender Mob and the GPI. You're still the highest ranked South African player. So, I mean, you've had some run good in your life, finishing third at the World Series of Poker in 2007. But we're going to talk about that. But before we get onto that, it's been a long time since you've played. Tell us a bit how the game's evolved. You know, the competitors have got tougher. Just tell us a little bit about that feeling since playing.
Are we talking about today?
Current,
today?
Yeah, current.
I'm just finding a big difference in what it was. And I think it has to do with a lot of people that are falling out and rebuying, taking bigger chances, and a lot of times they take the chances and they're having a good win. They can put people out like me, playing tight.
Yeah, so obviously poker's evolved. If we want to have guaranteed prize pools, we need to have re-entry tournaments as opposed to freeze-outs, to get those big prize pools. Obviously in South Africa, the poker database isn't as big as Europe and the USA, etc. So we need to have more re-entry tournaments to build these big prize pools. But anyway, Ray, we had a little journey, and we went down memory lane, you and I, a while ago, and we went to your journey in Las Vegas in 2007, and I'll start with you actually winning your ticket at the All Africa Poker Tournament. You got it in with Queen 5 against Neville Eva, who called you off with King 2. And you exited in 4th space, but you still got given your ticket to the World Series of Poker. And I just want you to tell us how that felt, because I know that was like a really special, emotional moment for you.
It was very, very special because, to my memory, I think it was my last big blind, and I threw it out. And when the small blind came, and that's when he went out. He put pocket aces and played slow, and the opposition made a straight on him, and he went out and I went in. And I was all over the moon with it. But it's gone very, very tight. I think it's like getting used to here in South Africa. As it is, we know we haven't got enough people in the tournaments. When I play in Europe, when I played in Australia, when I played in America, all over the world, wherever I played, 99%, it's been all freeze out. So it changes completely, that they can't just come in and play and then make a mistake and goodbye and re-enter.
So So that's what we're doing at the Sunbet Poker Tour, Ray, is we're trying to just build a database of new players in South Africa and trying to get more bums in seats, doing it trying to do a lot of educational stuff, trying to get players in from an entry level and grow this database. And that's why we're taking this time, to focus on your story, because your story is just something outstanding. It's a very special time, and we're going to flight this clip. Mark has been good enough to give us this clip. It's an hour journey of your trip to Vegas, and this is going to be flighted at some stage, and I'm sure you're going to get lots of phone calls and lots of comments and lots of people just enjoying that nostalgic moment with you. But Ray, I just want you to let's just go back to 2007. And the reason why I want to go there is at the Sunbet Poker Tour, we're running a leaderboard. It's powered by the Hindenburg and the Global Poker Index. And the top 10 players are going to win trips to Las Vegas and get the same opportunity that you got. And we're not stopping it there. We'll also have packages available for anyone else who wants to travel with us. They'll be able to buy the flights and accommodation so they can be part of this Sunbet Poker Tour team, or Team South Africa, or whatever we're going to dub this thing. We are already delighted to say that Jay Something from Mikasa and Marketing Rules is coming with us, and he's going to be our host. So we're pretty excited about that. Dre, I want you to tell people what it's like to go and play for. How many days you play for? 12?
Sorry,
Yeah, how many days did you play that main event for? How long did that take you?
7 days, and just about 17 hours a day. And until we changed when we went to the main event, and they said we got 1 day free. Meantime, there's no 1 day free. They called me up at 9 o'clock in the morning to do a whole lot in America there. A whole lot of for radio and for all sorts of things. And they kept us here. They're going to be here about an hour. They kept us here for 7 hours. But I think it's fantastic over there. It was fun, unbelievable. And I think you're going to get it here as well. You're doing very, very well. I love the way you're doing it. I hope you're taking me to America, to Vegas. I'll do all the advertising for the 10 players. I'll help them all along.
All right, you just have to join the Sunbet Poker Tour every time and make sure you get onto that leaderboard, and see how it goes. These new players are good, and they're pretty fun and funky, and poker has definitely evolved since your day. All these young guns are coming out firing. There's a player that just wins every single high roller around the world. Michael Adama has just taken this game to another level, and the young players sit and watch him, and it's for old boys like you and I. We play on feel and love for the game. We if we want to compete with these guys, we have to do a little bit of studying. But tell us what it's like to spend 12 days or 12 hours a day at the Rio just playing cards. It's now moved, but just tell us what that feels like. Wake up in the morning. What do you do? What do you do before you go to cards? What are you thinking about? Tell us halfway through the day how it feels. At night, at midnight, you're exhausted, your cab ride home. Just give us a bit of that experience, because players that come on this trip are going to have to experience that, especially if they run deep.
Well, look, fortunately, the time that's passed was 2007. We used to go through a big time, like I says, 17 hours. That's with the supper out and everything. But 17 hours was long. Some of them we went up to 4 o'clock in the morning. Wait for a cab for half an hour, and then go through to a hotel, shower, get ready, and then come early in the morning, go over breakfast, back to the taxi, back to.
Put aces in your hand, and may your poker face be true. Rocco, take these good gentlemen to the Rio, my friend.
Once you've cashed and you're in the money and you've got some chips and you're running deep, and that title starts becoming something that's a reality, when you get home at night, are you wired up, or can you sleep? Are you just exhausted that you want to sleep, or do all the hands play you through your head? Tell us a little bit about that. Can you sleep?
I made a system from day one, a proper system, and it's on the sheet of the paper. If you see on what you saw today, you'll see what it is. That every single day that we went to the taxi cab, I opened and I saw that's what I was planning on doing, yeah? And that's what I ended up doing. Everything ran so beautiful, and I think it was 11 days. I'm a bit unmemory with it, but I think it was 11 days, and it was fantastic. I was running 100%. Even when you got up to the final table, I was in a very, very good position. And it was just a bit unfortunate what happened to me, going third instead of coming first. I've got over it now.
Absolutely. I mean, no one will ever forget those kings against the ace five. But Ray, just talk us through one or two hands. Tell us about the sevens when you flopped the set. How did that feel? I mean, I presume these are memories that stuck in your head, and calling off those eights.
What was his name? The guy from I was in the main event. It was not the main event. It was still, I think, 140 players or something, and they put me in the main seat.
Oh, like in the TV, like the feature tables, yes.
And he was there, and he was trying to. He's a Chinese guy. He's one of the best poker players.
Is this the sevens or the eights?
The sevens.
The sevens, yes.
And he started like teasing me around. How old are you? And I said, I says, no, not speak English. I don't want to tell him anything. Okay. And eventually he was saying, but you are very much older than me. You probably know more than me and all that. He was just ragging and trying to get into me. Anyhow, eventually he was opposite me, and he was showing cards after we were raised. That he raised, I re-raised, the guy opposite was in, but he folded, and he folded a pair of jacks. It went back to him, he pushed all in, I called it. But he was showing the aces to the Chinese right around the wing there.
Okay.
And he showed the aces, and I took out either two red sevens. And I'm very superstitious with sevens. I love it. It's my date of birth.
Oh wow, 7th of July?
Yeah, and then I picked the sevens up to show them to his people. I says, this is a sevens, and I threw it down. And now it was just heads up now, the two of us, and the flop came, the ace, no, the seven, sorry about that. Came a seven right away, and his face turned yellow. His face turned, now the set of sevens. And he didn't know what to do. He couldn't do nothing. Anyhow, it became, it so happened that a jack came out, and the person that went out of the tournament had a pair of jacks. So if we never did it this way, he stays in, he sees the jack was that got flopped, and he would have won everything from both of us, just about.
Absolutely. So that's what we're talking about. You need to
Brought him down. It was a big stack up on it. I put all my money in, and he still had probably 1.5 million out of it. He still had, and he tried to went through, and he went right down to the 16th head. He's a very good player, and I don't think he wanted to talk to me anymore. If I greeted him, he never greeted me. But he did change afterwards.
So you put him a little bit on life tilt. That happens. And then Ray, the other hand that I think of is when you called off, I can't even remember the player's name, maybe once someone can remind me, but when you called off those eights all the way to the river, and Scotty Gwynn bowed down to you, and I mean, that's just an exciting moment in your poker career.
If I go by memory, it was, I think I had a pair of eights.
Yes.
I think so. I had a pair of eights, and on the flop there was, I think, maybe Jack Queen, or there were two high cards and one lowish card, and the one guy had raised, and I called, and it came a seven, I think, whatever, and then he raised again. In other words, he shoved me off at the end. He shoved me, and I called him. I put all my money in against him because he went out. I had the eights one hand, the pair of eights.
Yeah, you called.
And
you called
it was
like
unbelievable.
a queen eye board, I think. There was like a queen and even a jack on the board, and you pulled him down, and Scotty Gwynn gave you the power.
Scotty Gwynn powered, and he says, thank you very much, you're not a friend, you're a friend of mine.
Yeah,
it doesn't
special
happen to
memories,
him.
aren't they, Ray?
Eh?
Just absolutely special memories, these, aren't they? And no, it's a long, long time ago. And Ray, you're talking about your age. You were talking about your age, and the one thing that we try and encourage people to do here is that this tour is open for everyone, or poker is open for everyone. It doesn't matter, as long as you pass the age of 18, it doesn't matter how old you are. Everyone can play poker. Everyone can learn to play poker. So age really isn't a number in poker. And if I look back at those videos from 2007, 15 years ago, it doesn't look like you've actually really aged a day. That is the truth. And everyone else in those videos have certainly aged. So you've done well, even through your ailments, etc.
I've handled it very, very well. I was a bit ill for 4 years, and it was a bit tough trying to get yourself right. But I fought it back, and I have looked at even pictures of myself, and I see I have brought it back to life again, because I was very, very bad. And now, thanks to Mark, to give me the opportunity to come here and play, and I'm playing it very, very well. And I'm going to be 78 shortly. 78 years old.
Well, I must tell you, you look amazing. So, I mean, that's 15 years ago. You look fantastic. You really do. It's from 63 to 78. You still look the same. That's fantastic. I think many people would love to age at that pace. Well done, Ray. And then I think before we shut down the show, we've got to just talk about the Kings. The Kings, the exit hand. Just tell us a little bit about that. I mean, you raised, he called you off. Just. I mean, I'm sure that hand's in your head. You can't forget it.
Everybody, all the top people and the guys that were involved at that time, the top men, the top people who advertised, and they all thought I've got ace something. I either got aces or I got ace king. And Jerry Yang came in with ace, which I knew.
Ace five, eh?
I knew he had an ace. He had an ace 5, and he raised big. He raised from 2 million, 1.8 million, and I re-raised it to 10 million. He had no hesitation, he called it. That's the way he was playing. It's the first time he's played at Vegas. And well, what really happened was, after the flop, I actually made a mistake. The only mistake I made, everybody says I've done the wrong thing. I don't think I've done the wrong thing. I think he done the wrong thing. He took a chance and it came right. With him waiting and thinking, and then he's turned around and says he calls. So he came down with ace 5, and no king. I had the kings and no chance anymore. But a lot of them heard afterwards. They says he played wrong, which I agree. I could have had ace king, ace jack, ace 7. Anything else going to beat him. You know what I mean? And it never happened.
Absolutely. But Ray, I mean, no one can really criticize the way you played it. You ran third. You beat 8,500 other players in a massive field, in the biggest poker tournament, in the most prestigious event globally. So, I mean, you've played for 11 days. It's grueling. It's tiring. You were 63 years old. You certainly no youngster even then. So, you make decisions and you make choices. He could have been right, he could have been wrong. I mean, you're playing three-handed. Aces are strong. If you find an ace, I suppose you have to get it in. And, like anyone that criticizes you for the way you played, I tell them, you go and come third in the World Series of Poker, and then you tell Uncle Ray that he played it badly. I just, for us, we think it's just a wonderful feat, and you're a poker celebrity in South Africa, and you'll remain one. You're certainly in like the South African Hall of Fame, a Hall of Famer for sure. So we're very, very proud of you, and your memories will always last in the poker community, and that's why we'll always bring them back to the public so they can see them and watch them. And at the end of this clip, we'll certainly put up a link, and people will be able to watch and experience that journey again of yours. It's a nice hour clip, so get out your popcorn and your cokes and a beer and enjoy the show. So from us here at Sun City and the Sunbet Poker Tour, day 1B of the main event, I'm going to say thank you very much to Ray Romy for joining us. I know you're going to fire another bullet into this main event, and hopefully this is just like a little rehearsal interview for something later again.
Thanks very, very much. I don't know how to thank you for whatever you've done for the place and to do what you've done for me. Because I don't think I would have come if you never offered what you'd offered to me. I don't think I would have come. But I've survived it. I survived it, and I've survived the long distance with it. And I'm very, very happy with myself. It's getting better and better, and I'm just doing my best at the moment. That's just unlucky.
Anyway.
Look, it was unbelievable. I don't want to say I didn't expect to get where I was. I had a feeling from, can I say,
nearly 2.5 months ago, before Pigs Peak. I wanted gold. I had this was actually in such easy grasp, and I tossed it away in one hand. And I don't know how to thank you for all the support. I'm sorry I let you down, because I really thought I was gonna. Look, I'll get over it. I'll get over it. But I am hurt because, once I got I think if I went out with those queens, who said there's no flop, it was all in, and then the flop came, and then, you know what I mean? It was a different setup. It was nothing foolish. You had to call with it, and it came my way. As soon as it came my way, I thought I was in with a big shot. When I saw the kings, I actually planned it to try and re-raise him and hope I was actually hoping he puts it all in. I was feeling, but then the ace came, and I just felt a bit of doom, and I thought, the only way out. But then I went and checked too quick. I sort of waited and thought about it, and then pushed it all in, or checked, let him bet, and get out of the hand. But I think it's a little bit difficult to put kings down, because he could have had anything else. I could have had a bad read on him, which I didn't, and taken him to have maybe pocket jacks, something else. You know what I mean? Pocket tens, could have been anything else. But that's that. I'm overwhelmed with the position I came, and I'll be back here next year to try and better.
So from me, Mark Joseph, right here at Sun City, thank you very much for joining us. And this interview with Ray, it's been amazing. To all players that haven't come down yet, come down tomorrow. There's day 1C, it's a turbo. There's a couple of other events to finish off the week. 3 million rand guaranteed, 1,250,000 for first. Follow our page, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and of course you can go to our website, mjpt.co.za. From the Sunbet Poker Tour at Sun City, we wish you a very good evening.
Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid.
Good morning and welcome to the Sunbet Poker Tour. This is day 8 of the second stop of the nationwide tour at the lovely Sun City. The players are starting to come in. This is the conclusion of day 1B of the Blue Ribbon event, the main event. It's a 15k buy-in. and a nice guarantee on the top, 3 million rand guarantee with 1.25 million for first, guaranteed. I expect we're going to exceed that. We have had over 200 entries so far in day 1A and day 1B, and there's still some time this morning to enter day 1B. And then starting this afternoon, there's the Turbo, day 1C. So if anybody is out there close enough in Joburg, in the surrounding areas, you can still make your way down to Sun City, play the Turbo, day 1C, spin it up, and get yourself in with a chance to win that wonderful prize. Gary's out there busy briefing the players. Most of them are familiar with the feature table, have had some time on it this week or at past events. Obviously, in seat 1, Mr. Carl Marburg is well known to everyone. He's one of the owners of CardStream, those of us that are actually bringing you out the stream. CardStream, from the flop to the river we deliver. That is our motto. Was created by a competition by the viewers, and that was chosen as the best slogan for CardStream. So as the players take their seats, we have one more event after this main event. Tonight there is a 3K Turbo for anybody that wants to play that. And we've had some wonderful poker during the week. We've had Super High Roller that was won by Giovanni Zanetti, played absolutely amazing poker. And then the High Roller was the first time ever a lady winner, and so deservedly. Lauren Pierre totally outclassed all the men, played incredible poker, put pressure on, and ran out top in the High Roller. A lot of the other events have concluded as well. The Little Slam, ever popular, exceeded its guarantee, had 195 entrants, and that was won at a deal with Mr. Abdul Esther taking the trophy, and Alvin Pillay and Rajiv Punath rounding out the top 3. The 7K Freeze was a deal made, and JP Oaks took the title. And we've had a lot of really good poker. The PLO 5 managed to pay 5 places, which was very good. And we're looking forward to bringing you this day 1B of the main event. I will be bringing you the names and the chip counts shortly as they are handed to me. If we look around the table, there's Corne Skalkwyk from Namibia. Made the trip down with Rajiv. He's in seat 4. In seat number 5, LTS, as Gary dubbed him, Leonard, Scott Turner. He has thoroughly enjoyed his poker this week. Him and his good lady have come down to support the tour. Robert Carley there in seat 6. Dealer busy getting ready to deal. We have a number of other players that haven't joined us. A lot of chips there in seat 7. Whoever's coming into seat 7 has certainly got a monster stack of chips. So the dealer's getting underway with the first hand. So Robert Carley will be on the button. Under the gun, that's David and G. He folds. Corne Skalkwyk folds. LTS out the way. On the button. Looks like a raise that's coming from the button. The raise is... that was just a limp. And Carl checks in the small blind, and the big blind checks as well. So Carl has put in a bet on the flop. Well, this is pre-flop still. No, on the flop. We're going to get to the flop now. He's called. Flop is 886. So we're sweating with both players at the moment. Turn has come out a queen of diamonds. And the pot goes Robert Carley's way. So we're off and running. We'll go today, the second hand of the morning. Robert stacking his chips. Somebody coming in to speak to Caitlin, still getting in here. There is the wonderful bracelet for this main event. Beautiful, beautiful Sunbet Poker Tour bracelet. Main event winner gets a bracelet, which is a really nice touch. It's there in its case, on display for everybody to see. So David and G under the gun, folds, corner skulkwake, folds, round to LST. 4-2 of clubs in the hijack. He has called, round to Robert Carley, who won the first hand. He's got 9-8. He's making a decision here. And he's putting a little raise in. Taking advantage of the fact that Tony Van Eden hadn't taken his seat yet. It's not in the hand, so he only has to get a few through a few players. So Tony Van Eden was not in the hand. He's out. Carl Marburg folds. Naz folds. Or Naz. Yeah, Naz folds. And round to Leonard. He has to call the raise from Robert Carley. And Leonard makes the call. So we're going to go 2 to the flop. Naz from the big blind has folded. The flop is ace-3-5. And Leonard is loving life. Flops the straight with a redraw to a straight flush. And he's checked that. Robert bets into someone with a nut.
You say Naz has folded, huh?
Yeah. I don't understand if Leonard has folded, unless you picked his hand up incorrectly. That 2-4 would have been a straight there on that board.
So but just a couple of teething problems there. We'll see how we go.
So there it is, Gaz. 143 entries so far. 115 players still left.
And 4 hours to play.
And 4 hours, as Gary says, to play.
Excuse me. Good morning to everybody, by the way.
Some of the outer tables. There's Godfrey there, Tim Akanusi, Mr. Harold Brooks. This is the back of John Abrosi. So they're in a big hand here. It's an all-in moment. And John Abrosi looks like he was all in, and John takes down that hand.
Des will be walking away with sporting his new Leeds United top there. Leeds United just managed to stay in the Premiership. Well done to them. There's a big Leeds fan. I'm just going to ask our sound guys if they can give us some sound on the table. And there we go, you see, as if by magic. I was feeling rather lonely there in my ears.
Yeah, we get so used to that background noise.
I have to have cooking chips in my ears, otherwise I can't sleep. It's a fact. Okay, so Cornet, ace-8. Anthony Van Eden. Of course, Tony's not at the table. Well, he is, he's there.
He's
There
sat
he is.
down now.
Welcome, Tony.
And he's chip leader overnight in the tournament.
One of the great characters of South African poker.
We saw him eliminate Max late last night in a big pot. And he's certainly got a mountain of chips. 371,000.
Good for him.
So 8 for Cornet, 7 for Naz. And Tony with ace high will come out firing when checked to him. Gets Naz to fold the second pair. David and G out the way with the pocket fours. Cornet with second pair here as well. Gets him to fold. So Tony with just ace high uses the big stack and gets them all to fold. So
Another all in out there. Pocket eight, ace jack, ace queen. Looks like ace jack 2 pair makes it. So Farid is on the walk. One of our French contingent. Obviously, you can see he's gesticulating. I'm sure it's in good humour.
I think it all went in on the flop, and the ace queen not happy that the jack turned. the gesturing.
You got to be in it to win it. So Cornet on the feature table. Seat number 4. Looks like he's called. Around to Rob. Rob Curley, a wonderful human being. Just spent the last 10 minutes having a coffee with him. And
Lovely
waxing lyrical of some of the games we've had in the past. Nice man, Robert. Okay, round to Naz. And he's got 20k behind, so he's not in the best of shape. 20 bigs. Looks like he's called. Round to David. David, quite a solid player. We've seen him a little bit earlier at one of the other events.
And then we will go on a break until approximately 6:30 this evening, when we'll bring all the day ones together. Should you bust out of this, or you're not happy to stack at the end of this, we can play the turbo.
David raising Olympus.
Which starts at 2:15. The turbo starts.
Cornet comes along, but now it becomes tougher for Naz, as you said, with his stack. He's made the call. And he actually gets the best of that flop.
With the 8.
The razor doesn't find anything, he's 2 overs, and Cornet has a gut shot. So David continues his story.
Naz with the 8 still ahead here. Draws are plenty, of course.
Cornet with the 2 overs and the gut shot comes with.
I think it's a fair call.
And Naz moves all in.
That's going to ask the question. So David decides his draw's not big enough, and looks like Cornet's going to call this.
Cornet with the 2 overs and the gut shot calls.
Let's see, Naz has got the 8. And we'll go to the flop cam.
Right.
For no hope. And the ace also no hope.
So Naz gets a welcome double up plus.
Indeed he does. He's up to 37,000 and some change, so good for him. And Cornet was in a position to afford that. This stack afforded him the opportunity to compete for that pot. If it had been shorter, I'm sure he would have just laid it down. And yeah, well done, Naz. Don't know much about Naz. Spoken to him a couple of times. Never played against him, but seems like a really nice chap.
Yeah,
And interesting table. No, I'm glad that Leonard's on our table. Enjoyed his company on the table yesterday, and that of his wife. That's Chad Curry in picture there with Howard Lippman on one of the outer tables. And notwithstanding the fact, the original Mr. Singh, Manish,
Next to
friend. What a lovely chap.
Manish next to Manesh.
Manish and Manish.
And they played final table at Times Square together.
Yeah. And Manesh recently out of a several year hiatus of not playing poker and came back firing well. Cole Marburg with 7s there. We might see a bit of action from Cole. Whether or not he wants to put his whole stack at risk here in the hijack. Yeah, I thought so. I think that's the right move given his stack size. It's folded round to David with 10-9. Don't think he'll compete there. Cornet with Jack 6 and the small. And let's see if Leonard will give up the... Leonard gives that up. And well done, Cole. Cole will get 4K added to his stack, pick up another rotation. And in the hijack, nicely done. So Anthony with the 252 bigs, and then Cole at the bottom with 27 bigs now, so not in the danger zone, but time to get some traction.
It just shows you the depth of this main event, whether you're on level number 9, and even if you've got under 40k, this is the starting stack, you've still got 27 bigs.
Yeah, that's good. Plenty of playability, and one of the main attractions that people play here at the Sunbet Poker Tour is the structures are very well thought out. There we go, Clayton and Henny with the Deem, and I think that's Anand with his cap there. Next person, of course, you can miss Moto playing Sudoku.
That is a nice, interesting table as well. Some great characters there.
And I'll tell you what, Clayton will not be enjoying sitting between Nadeem and Henny.
And Anand to his left.
Yeah, Nadeem is. I would like to be, like to use the right words. I'm going to call him. Can be unpredictable.
Very loose, aggressive.
He would admit that himself, of course. Married to the lovely Marina, expecting their second child, and Marina was in here yesterday, of course, and we hope that I didn't get a chance, but she has still got family in Ukraine. Hopefully they're okay.
Yeah,
her family as well.
They're actually in Portugal. Her mom and dad.
It's her grandparents she's worried about.
Grandparents. Yeah, she went and visited them. Yeah.
Yeah, the Portugal angle is mum and dad, they're fine, but the grandparents are rooted and will not be moving. Let's use her words. So they're just making sure they got supplies and that they're looked after and not in the frame. So we wish them well. Another easy table here, look. Gio and Max and Joe and Gavin. And I think, who's that head there? Is that Andrew Anthony? No, that's Jonathan Khalil maybe?
Yeah, could be Jonathan.
Yeah, back to the feature table. On to hand number 6 of the day. Queen Jack for Cole under the gun. Probably not going to play these in such an early position. We shall see. Action still on Cole.
3,500.
Sounds like he's raised it up.
$8,500.
So Cole did call that. No, he raised it in fact.
Yeah, he raised.
Okay, so we're catching up here.
Action is on corner. And he folds the ace jack. Round to Leonard on the button. He's out the way. Robert Carley folds. Tony Van Eden's out the way. Oh, so it was re-raised by David.
Yeah, I saw. So David's re-raise, I can't see. We'll get it in a moment.
Looks like 8.5, so there's the call.
Cole's decided to call. And we go to a flop. So only the jack really helping here.
Oh.
And there it is in the window.
Straight away.
So
option on call. Now you'll know his jack is good.
yeah, I think he might pile here. No, he's going to see if he... ace on the river. Barry Greenstein. And you know he got rivered. And he'll shag his head.
I think he was hoping to get a bet on the turn from David so he could re-raise. David just kept checking till he hit.
Okay, so there's an overshot of that table that we were looking at earlier with Nadim and Clayton. So they're furthest away from the, well, they're closest to the stage in actual fact. And Rajiv in the red in the background there, looks like John Abrosi, Tim Akanusi. So who's who? There's Lauren at the very back on the same table as Daniel Lamberti. And of course, it can only happen to those two. Ahmed Karim on the same table as the lovely Lauren. Yeah, for those who don't know, they're partners in life, and for some reason keep ended up on the same table. Anyhow, back to the action now with pocket threes here. So he'll be getting his money in here and having a crab hunt. Round to Leonard, just center left of picture. Decides to get out of the way. Robbie with Jack 8, not much better holdings on the button. Might think better of it, pick a better spot, or is he going to steal the blinds here? Tony will be quite sticky, and particularly with that large stack, so you be careful how you tread if you're going to try and steal blinds from Tony, trust me.
Yeah, plus the under the gun limper always makes people wonder.
Yeah. So that'll go round to the, who's in the big blind?
Carl's in the big blind.
Okay, there we go. Ten-6.
Set for threes for Naz.
Yep.
Tony with the top pair.
Cole's looking for an 8 here.
It's out the way.
Yeah, wisely.
7,000.
Doesn't know what's coming on his left.
Yeah, Naz raises.
And rightly so.
Robert out the way. Tony Van Eden calls the re-raise.
Looking
Oh,
in
quads.
pretty bad shape now. That's the hand is over. Looks to the river, so he needs Tony to bet here.
Yeah, Naz checked his quads, which was very clever.
Yeah. Right, got to put money in now. It is the rules,
10,000.
and we'll explain that in a moment. But back to Tony, whether or not he's going to call this off with top pair, top kicker in his mind, or two pair, top kicker, sorry. Have you got a 3, he says? No, I've got 2 of them.
That was the famous one from All Africa, Dion Anthony.
And that's a wise fold, right? A wise fold. So, yeah, very quickly, if you have the stone cold nuts, and in this case the stone cold nuts is pocket threes,
Yeah.
you are obliged to bet. You do not have a choice, but only if you are the last person to act. It's very clear, the rule, and the rule is there to stop collusion.
You could have argued that 2-5 of spades or one of those. Or
I don't know if that was there, was it? Yeah, 2-5
Yeah.
of spades. So yeah, indeed, that's possible.
that would be a stretch. That would be a stretch.
Even though that is defendable, but the rule is absolute. If it is the stone cold nuts, then your last act you have to bet. That is the rule of poker. And as Mark pointed out, I was wrong there, but it's the rule still stands. Okay, back to the game. David in to play Jack Queen of clubs.
3,500.
And that timepiece of Roberts, because you're a watch aficionado.
No idea. I'd have to look at it closer when we get a shot.
Looks impressive.
Yeah, it's not obvious to me, but we will have a look. Edgar's wearing the new Breitling, by the way. I saw it yesterday. Stunning watch. And Farid, the Frenchman who went out earlier, is wearing a very old Breitling.
Okay.
Vintage, which is worth a fortune.
Here's Mr. JP Oakes with Jason. Denzel. Gareth Khalil.
Dominguez holding court as usual. Top man, Jason.
He was very quiet on the feature table last night. Very
Nasty.
little chatter.
Yeah, he had a nasty suck out quads over a set against Ahmed.
Folded round to Robert.
$4,500.
Call out the way with the suited ace 6. Yeah, an 8-6 of diamonds for Carl. If he had more chips, I guarantee you'd have been playing that. But with his stack at the moment, he's playing good solid poker. As we know, he can grind a short stack. We saw it at Carnival the one time in the high roller. Ground his way all the way and ended up heads up with Ahmed Karim.
When you don't behave, you get chips. Decide.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe you won't have
2 bottles of wine and a
No doubt Raymond telling Rosa his tale of woe.
It's a bit early.
Got a all-in moments here between Amstel and looks like Kenny Morgan. King, so the Queen's hold up still.
Queen's got a lock there now on the turn.
Yep. And the Queens will take that down. And looks like Amstel's going to pick that pot up. Well played, sir.
$4,500.
And Beatrice Toffee Jelly, the dealer there. Shout out for Beatrice, we haven't seen him this week. Back to the feature table, under the gun +1, Robert Cowley with Ace Queen. He's raised it up to 4.5. Anthony Van Eden is called with his pocket eights. David with Ace 4 gets out of the way in the small blind. Round to the big blinds. Cornet will give that up with Jack 2 and 2 ways to the flop. Robert to act first. So the Queen with the Ace Queen for Robert, flops big here, no set for Anthony. And this is going to go bet fold or bet and let me peel one. Let's see how sticky Tony wants to get. Yep, sensible fold. Best hand will win. Robert gets that through, picks up 8k for his trouble.
And Tony playing good solid poker this morning. He's got a big stack. He didn't lose too much with that top pair against the quads there.
Yep, I think he got max value there.
So Naz has spun it up quite nicely this morning already. He started under 20 or just around 20k and he's into the 60s now.
$1,500 to play.
Robert Carly folds.
3,300.
Tony enters with a raise.
3,300.
Cole folds. Naz folds. Round to David. Button. Comes with. Cornet comes along. And Leonard folds. How's that for a flop for Tony?
Very nice indeed. Wow.
Double belly buster straight flush draw and he's already flopped the flush.
Yep, he's a very high percentage to win this. We'll need running cards, of course, for Cornet to make the full as. and David is drawing dead. Unless something comes on the turn to develop his hand, I think he'll get out of the way. So Cornet has bet the 3k. Anthony Van Eden has raised it. Another 3. Cornet will call. I mean, Cornet not drawing dead, but he will be if the right card doesn't come here.
Well, that helps him.
Yep, that improves his chances. So he's looking maybe for a king here. Or a 10. River card, bad card for Tony Van Eden. He'll get paid no more.
Nice smile from Tony. So, building to his already big stack.
I gotta get through him. We made an even deal. Right. Got no money.
It's your big blind.
Switch match.
Okay, right there.
1,005 to play.
Rags for Tony under the gun. Call in the under the gun +1.
Ole.
31,700 is the price to call. Not having any of it. Cornet gets out of the way. Leonard out of the way. Robert will get out of the way, and Carl will get this through. Garbage.
92, not good.
Carl picks up another rotation. Well done, chipping away.
Oh, he's making sure that he picks up that one rotation, one hand per rotation to keep his stack in the right direction.
He's a changed man this morning.
Steam shift this morning. Steam shift.
Not the same man that left.
I think we should give him some wine or something.
It's half past 10.
So we'll move on to the next hand. Cole will be under the gun.
1,005.
Cornet with a suited ace.
3,500.
Raising it up and gets 2 quick folds from the blind and takes down the hand.
You shouldn't have. Big flapper.
Yeah, right. The speeches that go with putting a bet out there and getting it through without a call.
I'll try 2-7 now, and it works. Listening to your choice.
Here's the view of our feature table and the lovely bracelet that is to offer for this event to the right of the stage. Folded round to Leonard. He's out the way too. Robert on the button.
Looks like Tony's going to play. So it completes in the small blind.
See what Cole has to offer in the big blind.
Put it in, yeah. And he'll pick that up. And the ace there. especially when Tony limps into the small just to complete. Nobody else to compete with. Standard play. Well done, Mark Cole. He'll pick up a few more chips. Not a lot, but anything's a good chip in these days. 37-2.
Yeah, and more importantly, saves his big blind ante as well.
Yeah.
There it is, Sun City, SPT, and main event on the side of that lovely bracelet.
Yeah, me too. Look, man, I would fall asleep. Yeah, your mind is still working.
I'm still playing hands. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
Finally got that straight. Finally got that.
So David in this picture there. King 8 of hearts. First to act. Enjoying his time here in South Africa. Cornet also.
Nice to see people traveling to come to the Sunbet Poker Tour.
Yeah, I was sat with all of these guys this morning as they were sat at a table just outside here, and it appears they had a lot of fun yesterday as well. Tony was entertaining towards the latter part of the evening. And Cole might complete in the small blind here. He does. And a pair of threes for Cole. Tony with the pair of threes and the bigger kicker.
But Cole has also the gut shot for the straight. Nash should get out of the way, yeah, nothing for him. Depends on how sticky Tony gets with that bottom pair, he won't get. And Cole takes in a nice hand.
Yeah, Cole, and Tony will be wary of Cole. He knows that Cole's got all the moves. Bit of history between them.
So Cole started to pick up a little momentum now. Picked up 3 hands in that rotation.
And a shout out for Tony. And Tony's an air conditioning contractor. Did all the air conditioning in our office. Did a really good job. So I actually don't remember the name of his company, but if you need any AC work done, speak to Tony there on the right. Very clean, tidy job, on time, very efficient and well priced. So thank you to Tony for that. Cornet with the deuces.
1005.
Leonard makes the call. Robert and Tony out the way. Cole folds the button.
Check away.
To the big blind. We'll go 3-way to the flop after the check. Pocket 2 still ahead, yeah?
Unbelievably. They are still ahead, but they are.
He's going to bet them.
3000.
Nothing for the 9-8 to really call, yeah. And he folds.
3000.
Round to the big blind.
And the best time will win.
Hope you have 5-6. Much bigger than 8. Monsters. Serious. I will check. Check it later. 20 minutes. Yeah.
Why so cross this morning, Joe?
Is it?
So why are you looking so cross this morning? Who upset you? Giovanni again?
So Cornet getting a bit of flack there, and he's saying you can check it in 30 minutes time. And Cole making sure he goes down there with a fight. Okay, nicely done, sir. Nice overview there from our
1005 to play.
jib camera.
100k Dave enjoying a joke with everyone.
I appreciate it.
Okay, so LST here with the suited King Queen under the gun. Too nice to not be betting these. going to bet 5, I think he said.
2,600.
Oh no,
Smaller.
3-6. Rob will get out of the way. Tony gets out of the way.
2,600.
Followed closely by Cole.
And Naz lets go. Round to the
David will have some of this for sure.
yeah,
Suited connectors here.
the small blind.
He won't know that Leonard's got the superior kicker.
3,600.
Let's see. Jack's here. So Cornet's probably going to have to pump this up a bit, I think. If I know his play. Watched him for a couple of days on and off. I don't think he's a flat caller. Looks like he might be flatting. Decided to play the third option. Okay, so he's going set running. And all small cards, so the jacks are ahead.
And he checks to the pre-flop raiser, hoping for the continuation bet.
Check of it.
Which never came.
Jack's still ahead. David decides he's going to have a stab at this.
5,500.
With his king queen. Two straight, two flushes out there. Board is a little straight here as well. Given the pre-flop action, it's unlikely that people are sitting on a straight here, straight draw, but you never know. And Jack's to act. Does he raise now, or does he just smooth call again and risk the overcard on the river? Gonna raise it up? No, he's going to flat.
5,500.
So that's a call. And yeah, you really haven't got anything to play with here, Leonard. As much as you want to be in. And he's decided his 2 overs are good. Doesn't want to see a queen, that's for sure. 5 on the river.
So David's going to continue his story. He knows it's the only way he can win the hand.
9,000.
Wow. David has wrecked the boat here and got away with it.
I took so much rubbish I don't even remember.
Can Leonard call this off with king eye? This would be stunning call. No. Well played, David. Well played indeed.
It's a good thing.
They will turn the compliment now and say you can see that in half an hour.
Yeah, he repped it on the turn and continued his story on the river.
Yep, well played. Very nice poker.
Turn into compliment.
Small big blind.
Sit there and eat his wine, he's complaining you haven't bought him a glass of wine yet. He's coming not now.
That's why I say good play.
Shot across there to Daniel stacking some chips.
I wanted to call you.
Lambo.
1,005 to play.
Gareth there with JP.
But yeah. So you could.
So the action's actually on Tony, not on Cole. Cole now to act.
Tony just limping in with a suited ace 9.
1,005. Check orange. Let's go and check.
Queen 4-8, 2 clubs.
Check of it.
Pair of 4s for Leonard.
2,200.
See if Leonard gets sticky with his bottom pair. Yeah. Tony will take that one away.
Small bit blind.
That's why you play it very well. That's the last competition. Now you played it all.
Not all in moment again.
It's either mine or his.
How many times can a man play?
I'm paying through my proverbial.
There's Norman Cherry, who we had a little chat with late last night. Sean Deeb on this front right hand table.
1,005.
So it looks like Joe Steggers is joining us
1,005.
as well this morning.
Did they chase you out from the table there, Joe?
Yeah, I was too good.
Okay.
I'm interested again.
You want to play?
Will actually be fun. Like a magnet.
Remember interest.
Yeah, it's coming back.
4,000.
So raised up by David from the cutoff. Gary going out there just to brief Joe on that box number 8.
4,000.
That's previous time.
So action on Robert in the big blind, and he's going to defend, as he should. Early days, and blinds are not that high yet. If you have a semi-decent hand in the blinds, you need to defend, and he flops big. Flops ace-9, and he's going to check this. Get some action from the pre-flop aggressor. Oh no, he's choosing to lead out. So he's donk leading on the flop.
7,500.
Second pair here for David.
Yeah, 14 change.
He's going to come along.
42.5.
Oh, that is going to make David a prisoner to this hand. He's drawing dead, and he has trip 9s. He's going to shed some chips now. Robert now checks it. And of course,
5,000.
small bet, because he's trying to suck him in and get paid. Robert will do well to just flat that. He does so. 10 on the river. He do well to check again.
Now you've got a pink between your blacks, the last stack there.
He's going to lead out. Let's see if David re-raises him.
You're colorblind.
Or flat calls here. It's possible up and down 7-8 got there.
Only blocking bet. Okay,
Only call. Wow, that's well controlled. He could have shed a lot more chips there. David, wow, he can't believe it.
It's not enough. I promise you.
You could see the astonishment. He was like, wow. You know, he thought his trips were good there. Yeah, backdoor straight got there, so he was like, maybe. So just gonna call you. So nice hand there by Robert. And actually, David shed minimum chips there. He could have lost a lot more chips in that hand.
But you've got a little bit of interest back there. A little bit. let's stop this thing now. Let's become fair. You put him. So did you have
So it's in the second line.
Panning around the tables.
Sprinkle.
As we said, there's JP Oaks with Gareth Khalil, Pano or Peter, on the far right top there with Martin Maroon.
Might have E6, something like that. And
Denzel on that table as well. The two Manesh and Manish next to one another, next to Howard Lipman. So Joe Steggers folds under the gun. So David in the hijack raises it up with the ace-9 suited. He's been the most aggressive player on the table. Been a lot of limping by other players. Cole, when he has played, has been hyper-aggressive and jammed it in most times. David, though, the most active player on the table, raising the most. And he will get that raise through.
check the river, you get fold.
There was a tight fold by Tony in the big blind, the King Jack. Especially with his stack of over 370k.
Look, I'm satisfied with how it played out.
I'm not satisfied. I was so confident to have his hand.
So Cole will be under the gun.
Everything worked out.
Cole having some fun. Know that laugh from
Where do you live?
hours and hours we've spent on the poker table together, play a weekly home game, and played with him going right back to the Royal Rumbles in 2009. Spent many an hour on the table with Mr. Marburg. So David folds around to corner. Nice hand, ace queen suited, and he's going to raise it up to 4,500 or 3,500. Robert Carley is going to fold. Tony and Joe Steggers are quickly out the way, and Cornet's raise will take down the hand.
Once again, easy game. A lot of respect for the man from North Bay.
Not too much respect. Guys are making a mistake.
Go will stop. Yeah, I don't know what you've done with it.
And if the viewers go back and look in YouTube, there was a very nice interview with Raymond Rami at the start, before we started the broadcast of the actual event. So leading up to our streaming this morning, we streamed out a long, over 20-minute interview with Mark Joseph and Raymond Rami, and you would do well to go back and look at that.
No respect for art.
No, I'm a professional artist.
So Naz under the gun.
1,005.
It's folded all the way around to Cornet, who's limped in with a suited ace 3.
Huh? Me too.
500.
Exactly.
Robert Carley's come along with a queen 9 suited. Round to Joe Steggers in the small blind.
All in.
And he says, here's my time to make a move. 8-7 of clubs, straight out of the Harrington and Hold'em. Suited connectors. If it's limped to you and you're short stacked, jam it in. So he puts max pressure, and I don't think he's going to get called here. He'll get this steal through. And the upside of it from Harrington is if you get called, you will have 2 live cards, and you will have possibilities for a straight or a flush. Corner always gets sticky, but it's too much to call, and likewise for Robert Cowley. Well played, Joe. And he picks up a plus 6K for his problems and efforts there.
He like, you were going to do it. I was going to do it. I got that fast. Yep.
Nice view of the outer table. Still a lot of players left in this day 1B. Day 1A started with 60 players. Only 12 survived till the end of the levels. And yeah, we have a number of levels left here this morning, but still well over 100 players in this day 1B. And then of course we still have day 1C coming up, and we're already over 200 entrants into this main event, which is absolutely marvelous. As Mark said last night, started with a super high roller, just not getting there, but since then every other tournament, big numbers, the high roller, the little slam, and now this main event.
Now that you the big blind is playing Twitch. Look at that. Sorry, my good.
So Leonard is limped in with a Jack 10. It's now around to Robert Cowley. He's going to pump it up with the Queen Jack suited.
5,500.
Raises to 5.5. Tony out the way. Joe Stegger's out the way. Round to Cole.
5,500.
Cole with pocket 8s here has a decision to make. Is he going to jam it in or go set mining? So with Cole's stack, this is one of those moments where it's a 50-50 call here. He could either jam it in or smooth. Cole makes the call. Round to Leonard. 4K to call. And he makes the call. So we'll go 3-way to the flop. The pocket 8's still ahead here of the other two players. Oh, and there's a jack. Two of them had a jack, and the jack still came.
Yeah, not a good flop for pocket 8s.
And Robert, the pre-flop raiser, is going to continue his story with the best hand now.
Yeah, Cole will get out of the way here. Yeah, they're going to go in the muck.
Now Leonard has a decision.
Yeah, he's repping the ace, got the jack, got the better jack. There's not a lot happening here. I think discretion, better part of valor. And just get rid of them. That would be the solid play. Depends what his image of Robert is.
Yeah,
Robert's been fully solid.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a lot of chips behind, guys, to call off 8K with second pair and a mediocre kicker.
No. But it's a classic case of what does he think, I think he thinks. You know?
And if you're confused now, Gary can repeat that for you again.
Let's do that. You know, does he think I've only got a small stack, or is it my thinking that he thinks I've got that?
So
you know, it's the psychology of poker, which we all know is probably the biggest subject in poker.
So he's called.
I saw that. And two spades now developed for Robert, so his holdings have become far more valuable in terms of implied odds, and it should go bet fold.
Right. 25K behind for Leonard, and
yeah, he's put him all in here.
26,000.
Yep.
He knows that.
Play it for all the cheddar now.
Yep. Walk away. Walk away.
It's well played by Robert.
Yep, nice play, Mr. Coley. Well done. Okay, 2,837 steps, and we're not even lunchtime. I think I might smash my 5,000 today.
I think you'll smash that before sundown, guys.
Yeah.
Premature. Pocket jacks would have been ideal.
Serbian George next to Harold Brooks.
2005.
Nice view of Rajiv, always sporting nice bright colors, Rajiv.
So Cornet, Mr. Namibia, looked like he had the wrong flag there.
4,500.
He does have the wrong flag.
All in.
We'll fix that up for you, Cornet.
It's raised and Scott has jammed the king queen. It's folded, Joe's folded. Call. It's folded. So all the way back down to corner and he makes the call. No procrastination. And then it says, well done, nice. But 68 to 32, the equity. So the ace king well in front here. Backdoor diamonds now as well for Leonard. Oh my goodness, and he finds the queen on the turn. And Leonard comes from behind and finds a big double up.
I had to go. It's so short there, boy.
Yeah, I have to call you.
No, and it's
So LST in the house. We're a minute from the end of the level, and fairly soon the blinds will be up. Fairly soon.
So welcome double up from Leonard. Got it in behind. Got lucky on the turn.
back in that room.
Okay, new hand.
2005 to 10.
And 25 of the day. LST with his newfound wealth there. Queen Jack.
He's blood in some deal. Blind to 1 2,000. 2,000, big blind at
2005.
So he limps in. Robert Carley folds. Tony folds. Joe Stegger's out the way. Call out the way. Nothing for Naz. David in the small blind completes.
Check.
Cornet checks.
Cornet now of Namibia. How quick were those boys?
Very quick sharp.
So Queen is out in front here, 84% for LST. Like to see him bet this, I think, and I think he's going to like to bet it. And not much pickings for the other two, apart from a pair of fours.
Yeah, both of them found bottom pair, but they're facing the limp under the gun. Oh, and he checks. He thought he was going to bet.
And that makes two pair for Cornet, so he takes the lead here.
And checks it.
Mind you, the club flush comes on board as well, of course, but and a straight. It looks like Cornet has just win this hand with a two pair. Not going to get too excited. And Leonard realised there that maybe if he had a bet there, he could have got rid of Cornet with those dodgy big blind hands.
Yeah, and he wanted to. You could see that he looked down at the chips, and you and I both thought he was going to bet.
He cocked the gun, but he didn't pull the trigger.
There we go. Nice analogy, guys. It's exactly what he did.
Okay. I'm wondering who's that on the TV and for the mobile camera, and it's us on the preview screen. They're priming one of the new mobile cameras in the back here. I'm thinking, who's that? That's me. That's strange.
2000, 2000.
So we'll move on to the next hand.
So that maybe one of these small big blinds has got an ace.
Yeah, that's true.
Robert Cowley under the gun, ace-8 suited.
Give me a walk, John.
That's mine.
Category. 5 more.
All the way around to the big blind after it was folded and Cornet has limped in. And Leonard with the ace-jack, option still on him. And he's raised and been called. So Leonard raised from the big blind. On check, check. Checked again. Ace high still ahead. Cornet going to steal this now. He's wanting to. Can he pull the trigger? He's cocked the gun, as Gary said. Nice, put it down.
Yes, Donovan, thanks for your message. Mark corrected me at the time as well. The rule still stands though, but thank you for your keen observation, young sir. That's Donovan, avid follower all the way through. Just correcting my mistake regarding the quad threes being the nuts. There was a straight flush available as well. But the rule still stands if you do have the stone cold nuts, which you didn't in that case. And you're the last to act, you must bet. Okay, moving on. Is that LST counting chips again, I see?
Yeah, Cornet again cocked the gun the same as the other and didn't fire. He could have taken it away, and then the ace high of Leonard was good.
Yeah, there's a moral of the story there. You know, if you're ahead, you know you're ahead, or you think you're ahead, you've got to bet. At least give yourself a chance. There's a close-up of note for the bracelet here for the Sunbet Poker Tour main event, Sun City 2022. What a beautiful shot. Well done, the camera team. I wonder if that's with the jib or it's by hand. That's the jib. Well, that's good work by Dreads out there. Good work, my buddy. I will tell you when I see you. Ace-5 here for Anthony. Joe Steggers with ace-10, sorry. Raise it up to 4K. Cole gives him the death stare. Folds his cards. The good news is you're on his left, Cole. These pommies, letting them in the country, terrible. I mean, there's enough already, we're full. Go away. Okay, Naz call. David 4K to call. Cornet out the way. Robert's got his jersey off, means business. LST's out of the way.
King for David. Robert with second pair, checks. So checked around to David, and he has got top pair with a good kicker. And that should get rid of everybody.
9,500.
No king, no call.
Morning.
There we go. 52 minutes to run on the level, and there will be a break, and then we'll change out the table. I haven't got confirmation, but I do believe we've got a very exciting table possibly lined up. More news later.
I look forward to seeing it with the viewers.
And then the action starts.
I have a hectic table lined up,
Okay.
which
Gary
will be
has
very entertaining.
kept that secret from me too, so I will be surprised with the viewers.
And I've already planted the seed with Mr. Mark Joseph, who is in agreement with me. So that'll be good. Let's hope it comes to fruition and all the players are still there.
That is the other thing.
Alrighty, so all in here for Carlos. Ace King suited. He's got it in. He wants to see all 5. Great premium hand. Naz is already folded. Dave with the Ace 9 can play. Jorge can play. And LST's out of the way. Robert with a 6-5. Tony Van Uden can play. And
Cole gets the plus 5k.
no company for Mr. Myberg with his Ace King. Righty, overview of our feature table there. That floor's not so shiny after 10 days of scratching and moving chairs. Hard wearing plastic, good surface. There's no wheels on the chairs, how about that?
Yeah.
The reason there's no wheels on the chairs is we don't want people wheeling off the side of the stage. That's the real reason. But the wheels have been replaced with normal stickers or suckers, and that's a safety concern. By doing that, we don't need to put handrails and stuff up, rather just the hanging ropes to keep people off rather than in. That worked quite well, I thought. The chairs are reasonably heavy, so if you're not too strong, you might need a bit of help, but nobody's complained yet. And also at the back of there's a ramp, so if we have any players who are unable to walk up onto the stage using the stairs, there is a ramp access also. So all bases covered here on the feature table.
5,500.
All we can do is prepare the stage. We await, or we wish the gladiators well who perform on it. Back to our British gladiator here, hailing from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, Mr. Joe Steggers, 3-5 to call. Joe's got 37 behind, so he'll put the stack to work. And he's not one to flat call normally. Depends how well he knows Robert Crawley.
Uh-huh. You knew your man, though.
Yeah, Joe and I know each other very well. Played a lot of poker together. And he will put Robert to the test. And Robert will know Joe. They have played some poker together at previous tournaments as well. So he will give him a bit of respect, and he'll now be considering whether that 8-10 kicker is any good or not. And if it's worth the 34,000, the price that's been asked. I have a sneaky suspicion, even though he's got 138,000 behind, that he might fold this.
Yeah, you know, it's a smart play by Joe. The range from the button is wide. Okay, he's got a reasonable hand this time.
Well, semi-reasonable. I mean, you know, there's an old saying, isn't it? We're all 30% to win before the flop. That's not entirely true, but, you know, any 2 cards. I mean, what has he got at the moment? Well, he's got a quad draw. You know, he's got for definite. He's got a flush draw. And he's decided
he's made it the call.
He sniffed it out. Joe will proudly turn over his queen 4, and Robert will pat himself on the back. He is ahead. So let's see if Joe can now realise his almost 30% pre-flop.
He at least has 2 live cards.
Yep. So that king 8, etc. So ace high still ahead.
Well, only 2 outs available to Joe's ref. Let's look at the top of the board there.
You won't know that. So, and Joseph Steggers will stagger away. Good try, Joe. Nice call by Robert. Joe will tap the table, He'll go for a wonder. Take a little bit of air, I'm sure, and we will see him back shortly, either in this tournament. Sorry, we'll see him back in the turbo later.
Yeah, that is the good thing of having this turbo. Anybody that is eliminated from today still has a last chance to get in.
Yeah, and a nice little leg up there. 93 bigs, 186,000. And Cole is our small stack at the table with 19 big blinds, but as alluded to earlier, he can grind the small stack, and we won't have seen the last of Mr. Myberg, trust me.
Yeah, the thing is just, you should just follow the instinct there. My instinct said
Couple of, well, one WhatsApp message telling me how wrong I was with the straight flush on board there. Yes, I know. Even the best get it wrong sometimes.
Gaz, it's not that you're always right, you're seldom wrong, and that was a very rare occasion.
That doesn't matter. I'm not hurt. We're always evolving and learning. It's not a problem. Ace King here for Cornet. A suited version in spades. Let's see his sizing.
5,500.
Incidentally, those of you who have sent me messages on WhatsApp, I've blocked you, so don't be sending anything else. It's official. You are no longer required on my list of friends.
What they miss is that we're a team and the team got it right. So,
c'est la vie. Okay, Mr. Myberg falls. Round to Naz. And Cornet's Ace King will win. Ace King, no opposition on this table.
Ace King has been strong on this table.
Nobody wants to fight.
Not just pretty, but it has been winning.
Indeed.
But Tony's still very comfortable there. I mean, 184 bigs. Wow.
I thought he'd gone home, actually.
Yeah,
He's still there.
Yeah, he's hardly played. He hasn't needed to. He's just kept it round about where he started.
I think he should go and have some lunch and come back later. Come back later for this day 2. The roving camera 7. You can't see it on screen, but I'm seeing it on my other screen here. And it's right in amongst all the outer tables there. I don't know where he's headed, but when he steadies down, we'll try and get some photos from the outer side. Marvellous bit of kit that, huh? Wireless camera, high definition. Beautiful work. Okay, 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 on the big blind ante. So 5k in the middle to start the round of the force bets. LST is with Jack 10. This will definitely be his first opportunity to get into the Jack 10 club. And he calls, so he has an opportunity. Round to Robert Cowley. Recent found wealth, finds himself a couple of snowmen. That's the tickle my beard, shall I raise or just flat call and go set money? That is the tell.
The contemplation.
This is going to be raised up, I think.
Yeah, and a reasonable raise too.
11,000.
Factoring in those limpers.
11,000.
How much?
11,000.
Round to Cornet, who is often limped in and then called, doesn't like to fold.
These Namibians, as bad as the Brits.
He does fold this time.
11. 9 more.
And they're asking the question, LST. Sorry, mate, can't get into 10 Jack Club. I think you got to fold these. Too much money, no price.
Yeah, a nice raise by Robert. He factored in the limpers, bumped it up.
Yeah, shout out to Leonard's wife. I'm sure she'll be watching online. One of our newer viewers, and also a poker player herself. Seen her playing a few times. There's a Khalil, and another Khalil, and a Mrs. Khalil. And what have we got here? Jamie Viella, Laurent Pierre, Keegan Pino, Daniel Lamberti. Ahmed Karim.
Jamie Villela.
And Was Ghani behind the dealer. Oh my word.
That is a table of hecticness.
That is a hectic table.
That is the hectic table.
It could be a hectic table.
Yeah, just looking at that table, that out of all the tables out there, that one has some excitement to it.
Back to our current feature table, which we have 41 minutes and 4 seconds to run on. We started off the morning nicely. The money goes in from LST, 53k. Going to realise his huge amount of fold equity here. Aces or kings apply only, and there'll be lots of snap folding here for sure. Brandon Naz says no thank you. David's ace jack. It is a decision that you can make quite easy here. This is the equation. It's going to take most of your stack.
Yeah, and
60% anyway.
The motion should be towards the dealer.
Yeah. It's pretty, but it's not pretty enough, and you're getting no price. Corneo fold, and LST will show these. Trust me. There you go. Ace king, no good. A little less smirk. Got that one through, he says. Made 7,000. Happy days. Well done, young sir. I'm saying young sir, I don't know how old he is. Let's have a guess. How old's Leonard?
What of the game? Exactly.
I'm going to go by his pretty wife.
No, that's
that rather. So
that.
I'm going to give him 51 3/4. That's my guess.
Yeah, I was going to say 54, so we'll see.
So you took the over on 51, 54. So my sound guy says 63. I'll give you his name later, Leonard, don't worry, and you can borrow my gun. I will not tell anybody that that was Sean Delange on the side. Mr. Harold Brooks, good morning to you, sir. Sporting a nice stack there, and sailing well, by the looks of it. Monster Jam Poker Tour. The second version of the hoodie. I have the blue and the grey one of that. They're actually a nice thin, not too heavy, wear it poker designed well. And the gold lettering is a bit like a baller, really, you know. I feel like I'm playing for the Mumbai Indians with all that gold.
Rebranded the Sunbet Poker Tour now.
Indeed it is. Okay, King 10 here for Cole. This is a juicy hand. And I was just about to say he's going to put all his chips in, but he beat me to it. And we shall see. Good luck, Cole. David will get out of the way. What has Cornway got? Nothing is the answer. LST, no. Done. Finished and clear.
Now he's got 29. Now I've got 29. Yeah.
So Carl's still picking up his odd hand per rotation.
Sorry about that. I sneezed. I must be allergic to the sound guy. I did say he was a cat in a former life. The way he lies around sleeping in corners doing nothing all day, I'm sure he was a cat. Sorry, Sean.
It's those glasses of his, they've got that cat-like look.
Serbian George on this table, Tim Akanusi, John Obrosi there. Oh well, there's the Jeeve in the bottom right-hand corner. Sure, and Steve Wiley at the end of the table. Still hasn't shaved that bloody beard off. Yeah, that's also a bit of a hectic table.
Yeah, there are a few out there actually, so
a lot of good players. When I say hectic, it doesn't normally mean that it's madness. I'm actually referring to the skill level, you know, proper poker players put together.
The Manish table is also not a bad one.
Yeah, I just don't like Manish. I don't want him on our table. Manish Singh, the real Mr. Singh. Lovely man. Okay, so all high cards here. Unbelievably, 7 highs ahead here. This will be chopped.
We've got 21 outs for the chop.
Unless there's a
or
2 or a 3.
For Leonard.
Yeah.
And unbelievably, 7 high is going to win.
7 high will win the hand.
Takes it down, 7 high like a boss.
My word.
I will lay odds that when he was turning over his hand, it was not with confidence to win.
Not in a gazillion years.
Insta-fold.
The moral of the story is, never fold your cards.
Johnny, it's not time yet.
No, we'll get you a bottle of wine after.
I've folded full houses and all sorts of stuff in the past. 17 hours into a day.
Yeah, and Phil Ivey's famous folding of a flush at a major tournament.
Yeah,
which
but he's
was
not very
televised.
good. I mean, you expect it from people like him. He's not very good.
So anybody can make a mistake.
Yeah, the likes of us, I mean, you know, it's horrifying. But Phil Ivey is not very good. He's very much back on the circuit again, Phil Ivey, playing in the Triton Tour on the cash-in, certainly threatening to make an appearance in the World Series as well, because he was absent last year. With all that controversy, edge sorting, etc. It's all behind him. Talking about behind him, LST has woken up with a pair of 99s here.
Blind on blind only.
When I was a kid, a 99 was a flake in an ice cream.
Yeah, in South Africa too.
They must have copied the UK.
It's called a Choc 99.
That's it. The old 99, that's Mr. Whippy. I haven't had any ice cream today, but give me time.
It's early days.
Yeah, I did have a massive one last night. Shout out for Hendricks down in the Spur. He saw me coming. Big ice cream, Mr. Gary. It's scary, you know my name and my order. 4-2, well, the flop was, I think that paired with the flop. I'll have a look at the flop there. I think there was a 2 on the flop, and Brad is just fixing it. There you go.
Well, that is a big flop for
and yeah, proper, and the club draw.
8,000.
Robert goes fishing. Currently behind, but with him, well, he's actually ahead if you look at the percentages based on the draws and the outs he has. But essentially, it's even Stevens. But if you stop the hand now, the nines would be ahead, of course. So LST has got a decision to make here. There is an ace on the board, so
the balls and the kid. God made such a good friendship. That's not a good player. And why do you have to be a friendly, well, not so friendly neighbor this side?
So the ace has scared Leonard enough. Has it scared him enough to run away? That is the question.
I'll show you interesting. Is that 2-3? I'll show you mine. No, more interesting.
4-5 straight flush draw. Straight flush draw.
A little sporting moment there. I will show you my draw.
Pair with
34 minutes and 5 seconds to go on the level.
He was an ace to four.
What?
He was an ace to four.
I did.
So there it is, 148 entries added to the 60 from the first day. Day 1A makes us 208 entries already, and day 1C still upon us. That starts the afternoon. So there's Kenny Morgan.
You must pick all your big guns because the flop.
Not in this hand at the moment, but well known in poker circles. Fabio Corneli and David Corneli overlooking the rail there. That's Am still in the corner. So Carl Marburg under the gun with a Queen 10.
You were only scared of that.
Daz starting to relax and enjoy his time at the feature table now. Started a little studiously in the beginning. So Carl's under the gun here with a decision. His moves up until now have been a lot of jamming. And this time he raises it. It's the first time we've seen Carl just raise the hand. So the players will take note of that too and put him on a very strong hand. So nicely played by Carl. He's created an image and now he's going to exploit it.
4,005.
So Robert with a King 9 suited in the small blind might fancy. He's got a reasonable stack, 199k. With that stack, I'd like to see a flop with that hand. And Dalun is nodding his head in agreement. His poker knowledge increasing exponentially with each day. And Tony's out the way. So we're going to go two-way to the flop. And Cole will have position. See what trouble the flop can bring us. Oh, wow. And Robert straight away got the king. And nothing there for Cole, really. Cole's got backdoor draws only. Got backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draws. And that is it. So Robert, as you can see from the percentages, is 93% equity in the hand now. So Robert Carley moves all in, just puts max pressure on Cole because of the club draw there. And he's using his stack to play against the shorter stack. So well played by Robert there. Not wanting to play out of position against Cole. So top pair, put it all in, use your stack. Nice play, sir. So Robert Carley will take down that hand.
So what did I miss there, Mark? We had a VIP guest in the back, so just as an explanation.
Yes.
Did we lose anybody?
No,
Okay.
Cole raised under the gun with a queen 10. Called in the big blind by Robert with king 9 suited. The flop came king high and Robert just put it all in. Didn't want to play post flop against Cole.
No.
And took down the hand.
Sensible move. Well done, sir.
Yeah, no, it's smart play. Out of position to play against Cole. He realizes that he'd rather just put it all in, used his big stack against the shorter stack, and he had found top pair.
Okay, I think you might have seen the timing screen, but we've got a half an hour to run on the level. And that'll be our first 2 hours in the bank. We'll change out the feature table in the 20-minute break, and then we'll do a further 2 hours. And then, to my knowledge, that will be the end of day 1B. And then I think sometime 3 or thereafter is the turbo. Whether or not we're bringing you the turbo is to be decided.
Yeah, I think it starts at 2:15.
Is it 2:15? So that'll be pretty tight for us. And yeah, we'll see how it goes, and we'll see what happens. The powers that be will make those decisions, not you or I. Pocket twos for Robert. Robert's good fun at the table.
Absolutely.
He's a gentleman. He told me earlier that he's more English than me.
And he loves his poker. Absolutely loves his poker.
Tried feeding me with sweets last night. didn't work out for him.
Didn't get you into the back of the van, did he?
No, he's no chance. The lovely Candice in the back there.
Yeah. Can you remove them?
Tony bets the 9, takes down the hand.
Remove them now. Yeah. Okay, now can see it again.
Wish you wouldn't clap like that.
Yeah,
when I've
right
got
by
a
the
headphone.
mic. Goodness.
Oh, my word.
It does reverberate.
It resonates is the word we're looking for. Resonates.
Anybody else want something?
You're awake now. Because when you came in earlier, you weren't awake.
So we move on to the next hand. David will be under the gun.
2000 to play.
King 5 into the muck. Round to Cornet. 8-6 suited. Gonna fold that from early position. Round to LST. King 10 in the hijack. Eyes the stacks to his left. And folds. Robert Carley in the cutoff.
Can't see Rob's cards yet.
He's going to fold.
Don't think that's going to matter.
Tony on the button. King 10 as well, but he's on the button.
5,100.
And with a big stack. Carl out of the way and Naz out of the way, and Tony will pick up the hand.
Definitely you need to remove Robert's glasses. Are you using the torch?
Very good. You don't hear the chatter in the back like we do here from the peanut gallery, but apparently because we have Hugo, obviously, and there's a hat that says Hugo's the boss, so no, apparently he's the boss. Whoever this Hugo boss guy is, he needs to get in queues, because there's a few bosses in front. That's it. Hugo's in charge. It's official. Hugo's the boss. Nice one, Bradley.
We'll have to buy Hugs a hat like that.
Yeah. Huggies is the boss. That's his real name, Huggies. So what's Cole got here? He's going to shove, yep. Any ace time. Just get the blinds out of the way. Standard practice. David's not going to pay 26,000 with the pseudo connectors, I'm sure. Let's see. We're going to muck.
So now Cornet, who limped.
Let's see the face. See the face. Body language. Ugh, he's put me on a spot now. Should I? Shouldn't I? Should I? Shouldn't I? Am I front? Am I behind? Has he picked up a pair? Am I? Whatever. And the key piece of information here is how much money does Cornet have behind? That's the key piece of information.
Most of his stack.
So the SPR is not good.
And his pot odds are also not great.
So it's a fold. If you're a math guy, it's a fold. If you're a gut guy, it's Carl Myberg. And the fold will get through. And Carl will show him the solitary ace. And you'll know that he was up against an ace. And Carl will lie through his teeth and say, I had a good kicker, which is what we'd expect. That's how it works. Okay, well done, Carl. Survived a bit more. Ahmed Karim sporting a reasonable sized stack there this morning and an interesting t-shirt to boot. Let's just fade back and look at all the other perpetrators on this table. Jamie Viella, right of your picture, that's Lauren's hair. You can see in your picture from behind. Was Goni, right of the dealer. Keenan Pinar, bottom left. And Daniel Alberti was in that top seat earlier. I don't know if he's there now.
Oh, it's Chip's there, but I don't know
who's that. I don't know who that is. I'll tell you what, whoever it is, they're not feeling very comfortable today at that table, let me tell you.
Yeah, it's a whole...
well, most of the Cape Town Massive are there.
A quadruple...
whoever's there, you're in trouble, trust me. There's some heavy hitters in there.
And they're all good friends, so...
That's also an interesting dynamic.
So they wouldn't have been happy to all end up on the same table together.
Yeah, I did ask Lauren earlier, and she said, how does it happen? How does it keep happening?
And it's random draws, so...
Yep, and there are no people more random than other people's random. Okay, so Cornet has flopped rather large here.
And up and down for David.
Could be a little bit of drama.
Oh, not anymore.
Not anymore, he says. David really doesn't want to see 9s or 6s come up on this board. So second quads of the morning. You get all the action here. Smart move. Look at Corney's face. There was no intake of breath, so he showed the queen, obviously.
Yeah, he just showed the queen.
That's how they roll in Namibia, right? That's how they roll.
Jonathan Khalil there.
Yeah.
Stephen Wiley.
This gentleman here with his shirts and his jersey over his shoulders has been rocking this table, huh? Bit of solitaire going on there, just to keep his mind on things. But last time I saw, he had a pretty large stack, and I don't know his name, but we did shake hands, and forgive me, sir, when you watch this back.
significant.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the feature table. 21 minutes to go on the level. This is hand number 41 of the day.
You need a plan.
Robert Curley, centre of picture, will be your under the gun player. Pocket queens. First time they've rose out of the pack today.
Tough on you, sir.
You know, for me, this is what poker's all about. Guys having a bit of fun as well.
Yeah, it's awesome too, yeah.
No doubt Myberg's involved in it all.
Yeah, I could hear Cole's laughter in there.
Looks like pocket tens there for somebody. I could get them in trouble. Anthony Van Eden folded pocket tens.
6-5.
I can't believe that Tony Van Eden folded pocket tens there. But that's what our graphic said. I believe Tony had 2 black tens. I believe they were the black ones. I'm
So
not
he
sure.
has actually called, he didn't fold.
Oh, he didn't fold. Okay, all right. I might be wrong, but he definitely had pocket tens. I don't know if they were both black. That's the truth. But not that that's going to make a lot of difference now, I don't think.
5,000.
Tony's going to bet his fives.
Quiet friend, Tony.
His tens, sorry. Robert Crowley's giving him the death stare. Have you really got an ace?
Which card did you like so much on that?
Please tell me LST is drinking Heineken's out of tins for breakfast. Please tell me that's true. Awesome. What a ledge.
I respect the man that's good.
Leonard, you've just gone up in my estimations.
Come back, Fred.
Robert trying to solicit information here.
Fold.
Oh, please turn over the pocket tens. Please turn them over.
Look at Robert's face.
Beautiful, beautiful. Great moment.
Tony, you led you. Used position.
The legend is building.
Full of experience.
Call it experience, Robert says.
It's such a nice dude, Rob Curlier. Such a nice dude.
Lovely man. Had a long chat with me after close of play last night. Super, super nice guy. I say long chat because you walked me out and it takes a while.
So Dave and Mark outside deciding which table to put up next. I gave them my recommendation. Wonder if that's going to hold still.
Yeah, they will decide. They normally consult with Gary as well.
Yeah, I've done my consulting. I'm too busy with other things now, but normally we try our best to get the best table for the best entertainment, and invariably we will lean towards the lesser known players, so everybody gets an opportunity. But of course, as they get to the sharp end of the tournaments, if the creams rousing to the top, then they get to the feature table. But there is a randomness to it. I mean, you know, we can't just pick a player from each table or whatever.
Yeah, it has to be a whole table.
Yeah.
5,000.
So David raising from the cutoff, the Queen 6 suited. Robert in the big blind, contemplating a defense.
Someone once asked me, is there a reason you wouldn't put a table up there? And the answer to that is yes. And they said, what's the reason? I said, because there's no people on it. My point being, it is completely random and nobody is precluded from coming and playing on the feature table. There are no prerequisites or criteria. As long as you're paying your money and you're in the tournament, you've signed the disclaimer, then we're happy to have you up there. The disclaimer meaning that we can use your image as a part of our transmission.
I've seen many a young player beg Gary, please put me on the feature table, please. And Gary's like, I can't put you individually. If your table's chosen, your table's chosen.
However, if you do give me copious amounts of love and money, then I'll see what I can do. No guarantees, but I'll still take your money.
You sound like the government now, guys.
Yeah.
Take your money and no guaranteed
That's it.
delivery of
Myberg's
service.
got a refill of coffee. Though you're in trouble. So these first 2 hours sailed along nicely. The table's been nice and entertaining. Just under 15 minutes to run on the level. We'll take a 20-minute break and then we'll change out the feature table. And then we'll play a further 2 hours. And from there we will carry on to the end. Okay, we have Lippmann Senior on the table. Is that seat 8?
Yeah, seat 8.
Okay, I will be back shortly.
Much appreciated.
So Howard will join us for a little cameo just before the level closes out. And there's Rosa, ever present and railing the good man John.
2,000 to play.
Round to David in the hijack. Folds, corner in the cutoff. Folds.
2,000.
LST on the button. You will get rid of that. Robert Carley in the small blind, 8-4. Let's see if he has a. I would have raised just for that Queen's 10's hand and then shown it proudly to get back at Tony. But he chooses the conservative route and limps in. And action flop there. 2 pair for Tony, gut shot for Robert. So if Robert bets his gut shot, which he's going to do now, let's see what Tony does with his 2 pair. Here comes the re-raise.
15,200.
Look at the look from Robert. And Cole's enjoying this as well.
I mean, I just said, I know how it feels. I thought I had trouble with these. As my neighbour, and I feel that.
Show the bluff, Tony. Show the bluff.
Cole says show the bluff, Tony, show the bluff. But he had it this time and chose the 2 pair. Giovanni Gaggia from Cape Town. Hello, guys. Saw him at Times Square and at some series at previous other series. He was at Carnival as well. Welcome to the stream. Loves his poker and plays a lot online. So no doubt he's looking forward to us coming down to Cape Town for Grand West in November.
2,000 to play.
So Lambo is no longer seated at the top of the table there. So unless he was moved in a balancing, he may have been eliminated.
$5,000.
Moves all in. Keenan has a pained look on his face. Moore shows him just a 10. Just a 10. They know one another extremely well, that whole Cape Town crew. Some good, aggressive players there.
5,000. Check away.
So, top pair for Tony and the flush draw for David. Nothing for Howard.
$8,100.
So Tony's bet 8.1. David with 112 behind. There are all the outs at the top. 5 spades available. He comes along. We go to the turn.
Check a bit.
That does not help him. Tony checks now. David would do well to just check back and take the free card. I don't think he's getting Tony to fold that top pair with a good kicker, and he does check back.
Check a bit. 10,000.
The river is a blank for David. Check mark with Tony. And he bets, and that will take down the hand.
Tony, you got 2 black chips there in the rail.
Tony over 400,000 now, 422,000. Rocking along.
You made 50,000 to me, please. Thanks, much appreciated.
Did say something. I'm just worried about what that something is. It's chips.
I'll take that back.
And as we've shown you many times before and commented on, that lovely bracelet for the winner of this Blue Ribbon event to the second stop in the Sunbet Poker Tour 2022, the bracelet for the main event.
No beds. 2,000 to play.
Cool.
2,000. $5,300.
So Tony raises with ace jack after there were 2 limpers. Call folds. Round to Naz, suited queen 9. He limped in, faces the raise now. And he folded, but LST has called to the queen 10. So top pair, top kicker for Tony. Option on Leonard. Tony checks here, still there. Tony reaches for chips, and that should be enough.
And you go. I like soccer.
Big Nico Vichers in the background. Lovely man as well. And Leonard contemplating, he's queen high, and he'll fold, and Tony will show him. Shows the jack. That's good enough. There is Leonard's good lady, Soyan. Very unusual name.
Thank you, my beautiful.
Actually, blow in the ankles, not sugar.
I was.
Small bit, right?
Even that is sweetly said you heard the kids, not me. I mean,
Nice view of the dealer shuffling.
okay, Nico. Was met de koffie van Pat worden.
Bit blind.
Tells the player to post the big blind. David is under the gun.
Get a piece of change.
Clock winding down for this level. And then we will change out the feature table in the 15-minute break. Bring you some more exciting action to conclude this day 1B.
2000.
So corner A7 suited. Raises.
4,500.
Leonard, queen 4 off. Folds. Robert Kali, who's done well on this feature table this morning. Tony's got the better of him a few times, and he's had a right look and put it down to experience. And everybody folds, and Cornet will get that raise through. Also thoroughly enjoying his trip from Namibia. Came along with Rajiv. Rajiv, well known to us. There's Mariette Language. Looks like Serbian George is all in. Mariette faced with a decision. She'd bet, and it looks like he re-raised all in. She makes the call. It's pocket tens versus a suited ace. So we'll stay with this.
2,000.
And looks like Serbian George is at risk. And no help for Mariette there. The 10 still survive. Oh, there's the ace on the turn. And that, unfortunately, will be the end of that. And he is eliminated. Mariette takes in that hand with the ace 4.
Check going.
Can do it.
Check going.
Right, so Carl Marberg with top pair here. Cornet with top pair as well. Carl with a better kicker.
5,000. Alles binne in, all in.
Alles binne in from the dealer. I love that. All in. Alla messa, as the Greek compatriots would say.
14,500, all in.
So Cornet with a decision. He has top pair, but it's a large amount to call with a 5 of diamonds kicker. So Carl getting it in good, yeah.
Cards?
He's 5 in already, man.
I took his 5 as well.
Looks like he's made the call. So Carl is at risk, but well in front. 3 outs for Cornet. Oh, he's got diamonds now. Suddenly he's got a massive amount of outs. Sure, and Carl fades that one. And Carl will get a welcome double up just before the break. So we got EVD Zaxi Waxy supporting my dad here. He says it's Bobby Kalia, Bobby Jr. You go, Dad. Good luck to everyone else, but not as much luck as your dad, I'm sure. Yeah, your dad, lovely man. Nice to see you supporting him, and I will let him know that you were on the stream putting a little shout out for your dad. So a little birdie's whispered in my ear that that exciting table with Muaz Ghani, Ahmed Karim, Lauren Pierre and Keenan Pina will be coming up to the feature table after the break. So go and put your kettles on, make your tea, and come back for some exciting poker to close out day 1B.
2,000.
And it's 1 o'clock almost, so maybe a little beverage from the fridge. So Leonard Scott Turner under the gun, 9-8 off, folds. Round to Robert Carley, whose son just gave him the shout out on the stream. Queen 7 of diamonds, he folds. Tony Van Eden folds. Howard Lipman out the way. Up to Carl, who just got that nice big double up. He's got an ace here in the cutoff. I fancy Carl to raise from here. Oh, he puts it all in. Max pressure on the players behind him. So King 5 for David, he's out the way in the small blind. Only the big blind of Cornet Skulkfake. And Jack 2 suited, he's got nothing much to fight back with. And Cole will get that raise through and pick up the plus 5k. So we're very near the end of this level now. And when you come back, as I said, you've got an exciting feature table for you. And Cole moved very much in the right direction in the last 15 minutes of this. He grounded out well and spun it up quickly here towards the end. And Cornet, with 5 big blinds, in a little bit of trouble. There's a little KZN meeting there in the passage. Faisal Dawood having a little chat with Serbian George. Madazia Amir also party to that discussion.
2000.
So in the corridor there as Georgie is on his way out. So Faisal had a very good series. He's had 2 second place finishes in the super high roller and the high roller this week. So very good performance by Faisal. Had a little chat with him last night. He said, yeah, he's very happy with the way the series is going. And I said to him, but he's been playing extremely well. Played some good, solid poker. Put pressure when he needed to. Been very aggressive in the right spots. So Naz has moved all in with the ace-jack of clubs. It's round to Leonard with the jack 3 of diamonds in the big blind, and he can't call that, and Naz will get that through and pick up the plus 5k in the middle. There is the 1 minute warning buzzer.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the dealer hadn't started shuffling yet, so there is no further hand on this feature table. And we're going to go out for a 15-minute break, and when you return, we will have that exciting feature table. So go and have your cup of tea or your cold beverage and join us in 15 minutes' time.
1525.
Welcome back to Sun City, day 8 of the Sunbet Poker Tour, the second stop on our nationwide tour at Sun City. This is the Blue Ribbon event, the main event. Day 1B coming to its conclusion. This is the last level, and I think we brought you a very exciting table for us to watch here. We have there in seat 1, we can see Ahmed Karim.
We're trying to stop it happening.
What?
Round there, we've got Jamie Villela. Nice to have a first look at him.
5.5.
Oh, it's fine. Right. Okay, guys, when Daniel gets back, would you brief him on the telephone?
168 to 5.5.
So the tech boy is just entering everything in to the system.
Easiest chippies.
Lauren, can you put your chips out, please?
Oh, yes, sure, sorry.
Keenan Pienaar has folded.
Alright, small blind.
And Muaz will take down that first hand as we're just settling in. There's Muaz on the far right, Keenan Pienaar in the middle there with Lauren Pierre.
When he comes, could you tell him about the telephones on the table?
Sure.
Thanks a lot, guys. Enjoy your game.
No
You're
phone
here
on
for
the
2
table,
hours.
no?
Gary's out there busy briefing the players. So Gary promised some exciting poker and a hectic table, and he has, with the management of Big Dave and the CEO Mark Joseph, brought you this exciting table. They chose this one from the outer reaches there. So Jason Hoffman on the stream, Robert Cowley is a good man, good luck to him. Yes, Jason, very much in agreement. So Robert has now been moved to the outer tables, or from the future table. So they're the last few tables left in this day 1B. So Daniel Katz will be under the gun. Top right of your screen in the red jacket and white cap. A7 early position, going to fold round to Muaz. 5-6 suited. Fancy a raise from Muaz, and he raises it to 5.5.
Raise to 6,000.
Oh, 6,000. Up to Ahmed. He folds. Chad Curry, who you saw in the little slam, nice finish by him there. He folds. Jamie Villela's out the way. Round to Lauren. And she folds. So that is got all the way through. And our French player there, Philippe Yannick. He has got a good stack, 243,000. So he will be the chip leader at the table coming to this feature table. So I don't know much about Philippe. I wonder if Gary does. When Gary's settled in, he's just come back from the briefing of the players, and he's still running around out there. When he comes back, I'll bring what information he can about Philippe. He's not well known to me at all. All the other players, of course, are well known to us, played with him. So Muaz in serious mode there, normally full of jokes and laughs, got the headphones on, focused. This is the Blue Ribbon event. Buckling down now towards the end of this day 1B. A lot of excitement out there, players milling around, getting into day 1C. So Ahmed Karim, ace queen, under the gun +1.
Up to 7, raise to 7.
Raises it to 7. 6.5k in the pot pre-flop with blinds of 1.5, 2.5, big blind ante of 2.5. And if you think that that is the end of the last level before re-entry, and you still have blinds of 1.5, 2.5, shows you how deep stacked this tournament is. So here is Philippe with a monster hand after Keenan called with a 10-9, and the repop comes.
27.
Pocket kings for Philippe. And he makes it 27 to go. So we've got a view there of all the players in the hand, which is a nice overhead shot. Ahmed staring across, making up his mind, and he gets out the way with the ace-queen. And Keenan will get quickly out the way with the 9-10. And Philippe with the pocket kings takes down a plus 19k. Had a nice message from Lynn Duncan in the break. Lynn, avid watcher of the stream, thank you for all your positive comments, Lynn. And you said we're getting an exciting table. Well, here it is, Lynn. So by the time you watch this, you have got a very exciting player with a lot of well-established players. There is Banks Solomons, bust unfortunately, but got a lot of experience and managed to cash the little slam. Watch that young man, up-and-coming poker player. He's got a good future in the game. He has also represented South Africa at pool and was a SA pool champion. So everything he does in extremes.
One is a four. Raise to 7,000.
So a raise here. Pocket sixes for Ahmed, and Ahmed, he raised with ace queen, got 3 bet. He's raised with sixes and he's about to get 3 bet again.
25,000.
And Chad with the kings this time. Jamie out the way. Round to Lauren. Up to, and Keenan folded 3s there to the 3 bet. Now up to Philippe. After Keenan has folded. Philippe with ace 10 of clubs. But there's been a raise and a 3 bet. He is on the button. Has a big stack. But he wisely gets out the way. Always when there's been a raise, re-raise. Oh, Daniel Katz may jam this in though. Wow. He's got a big decision to make. Raise, re-raise. And he's sitting with ace-king in the small blind. He's chosen to flat that off. Moaz gets out the way. Back round to Ahmed with a flat call of Daniel. Ahmed may be priced with his sixes to peel one and go a little set mining. Or he could squeeze from there. Either possibility with Ahmed. But he goes the first route that I said, and he comes set mining in the middle. Got the right price with Daniel coming into the pot as well. Ace, 8, 9. Oh, those ace magnets, the kings, and there was an ace folded by Philippe on the button as we saw. So Daniel Katz takes the front here now. Only one out available to Chad now with his pocket kings. That's why he's got a 6% chance. Ahmed has a better chance with his sixes because there's still 2 sixes available. If you look at the equity in the hand, but this should go bet fold from both players.
25,000.
Bets 25,000. Sixes quickly out the way. One out for Chad. King of spades at the top there. He's not going to like this, but he's going to have to fold those kings. You can see it, he counted it out first, but he knows. He's got 69k behind. Open folds the kings. Lauren calls his hand straight away. She said you had ace king to Daniel. Shows you how good Lauren is with her reads. Straight away she put him on her hand. He didn't turn it over, but Lauren put him on it. She said you had ace king. Spot on, Lauren. So there it is, 148 entries into this day 1B. 50 minutes left to run for them till they bag and tag. There are 48 players left. Added to the 12 that got through from day 1A. And then, as I said, day 1C, all the players gathering outside already for their 2:15 start, 2:15. Fabio Corneli, David Corneli, and a whole lot of others, Henny Appel, etc., all waiting to jump back in. There is Gary catching up on some admin with the ladies, sorting out what needs to be sorted out. So often behind the scenes, you don't know how much Gary does, running around out there, getting all the stuff, liaising between the Sunbet Poker Tour team, Monster Jam, and Card Stream as well. So Kenan Pienaar is raised with the pocket deuces. All the way around to Ahmed. He's now in the position where he can 3-bet. with the ace king. He raised twice and was 3-bet and had to fold. Called the sixes and had to get away on the flop. But I fancy he's going to 3-bet this one. There it comes.
We raise 23 total.
Keenan wisely gets rid of the pocket twos. So as we alluded to when they were out there, this Cape Town crew do want to know one another pretty well. Young Chad, they won't know as well. And Philippe is unknown to us. Jamie Valela, old stalwart of the tour, been around for a long time. Jamie, very experienced player.
Gary found it. Yeah, apparently. I can't believe he found it. Emergency contact.
I know. I'm quite offended.
So action on Jamie. Under the gun, he folds around to Lauren.
Raise to 5,000.
Keenan raises with the ace 9.
5.5.
Action on Muaz, he folds. Round to the blinds. Ahmed in the small blind. 9-6 off. Let's go. Chad in the big blind. Folds the 10 deuce off.
Did you get your phone?
No, I swear to God. I woke up at 10 today.
1.5.
There is that other table out there that we've gone to quite often with Nadim, Clayton, Manesh now in the front next to the dealer, Faisal and Moto. On the far right there, Pano, Peter still in there with Giovanni, Gareth, Tamakanusi. All players we're picking up in the outer tables. John Abrosi, Rajiv, all still there. And that is Anant Kumar. So
Raise to 6,500.
raised by Philippe.
Philippe Unique.
Do you know much about him, Gaz?
Philippe Unique hails from the Reunion Islands. Came with his buddies. His girlfriend is a teacher. She's beautiful. He likes pizza. He enjoys drinking and singing in French.
There you go.
Which he is very good at, and apparently it's quite sexy. I wouldn't know. Anything else you want to know?
His poker prize.
He doesn't have a listing on the Hendon Mob at this moment in time. Let's hope he changes that after this series.
He started well here on this feature table, picked up pocket kings.
Yeah, he's one of the guys who came from the Reunion Islands, and all of them doing very well. So, and all of what I said was true, by the way. I did do my homework. He does like to sing, he does like to eat pizza, and he also broke his belt, and he only had one with him. So we had to go and make a plan for him. There you go, you're up to date.
Thank you, Gaz. And he's got that African series of poker t-shirt on.
Yep, that's from the Mauritius and the TI Vegas Casino Resort there.
So the flop 4-5-8, he checked his king 10. Daniel Katz has laid out with the ace high, and he's ahead and takes it down. And it was a big pot just before you came back. Ahmed raised with sixes, Chad Curry 3-bet with kings, all the way around to Philippe. He folded ace-10 suited on the button, and Daniel Katz had ace-king in the small blind. He just flattered, and the flop came ace-high, led out, and Chad Curry had to fold his kings, but it dented his stack quite a bit after his 3-bet.
That's not good.
Just always unlucky, the ace magnets, those kings. There's Jonathan Khalil, front right.
And Daniel Katz only ever placed in 2 tournaments that we know of, both in South Africa. Way back in 2011 when the Silver Star Poker Challenge was still around. He came 3rd, won 120,000 rand, which in those days was about $17,000. And then further on, a little bit further on, World Poker Series at Emperor's Classic, and he was 10th in that particular event, and he won 3,000 and some change, which at that time was about $226. Those are his only 2 recorded on the Global Poker Index, but predominantly a cash player, I believe. Back to this here, seems like we've got a nice hand developing, 2 suits covered. Philippe versus Moise.
All in.
All in. There we go.
Oh, armed with Ace Jack.
Which will be good news for Moise.
He's folded.
Because it's a jack out of the equation. Jamie folds. Oh, there's one of the queens. So both players have had one of their cards taken out.
Lauren having a think about this.
So the action's gone raised, all in.
A big fold by Ahmed as well. Ace Jack. I mean, if it had been limped to him, he'd have been putting money in there for sure. But too strong an action have already happened. So Lauren here, having a little thought process here. She's going to know that Philippe isn't raising, you know, too loose. And when was gone, he puts all his chips in the middle. You need to sit up and listen. You know, very talented poker player with a high pedigree, and that's what will be going through her mind. And she'll find a fold here, I'm pretty sure. She's not going to lock horns with Wasgani here. Trust me.
Yeah, not based on the action. I think if he just open jams, she might call with ace queen.
Notwithstanding the fact there's still 2 players after her to come. Oh, sorry, 1 player. They've all folded the others.
Yeah, and Philippe's got a big stack. And Moise's all in is basically Lauren's stack.
She's gone through her processes. She's not about defending a big blind, surely not.
Oh, wow.
She's going to do it. She's going to do it. She's going to pull the trigger. I didn't expect that either. That actually makes Philippe's decision very easy. Very easy. I think. If I was sat there, I've already folded my cards.
His only reason for maybe contemplating is because of the size of the stack that he has, but based on the action, I would be folding jacks there.
It depends on how well Philippe knows Lauren and Wasgani, of course. And we're both very solid players.
You know, I expected Lauren to fold, she put it in, so what do I know? I expect the fold of the jacks here, but he could call.
Yeah, I didn't think Lauren was, I mean, he's got to fold it. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. Forget the numbers. You've got to go with your gut here as well. Yeah, he's going to fold. Okay, so we'll go to the flop box and let's see what's going on. You'll know he's made a good fold. So ace queen versus queens. So looking for an ace, and there's 2 of them.
Oh my goodness. And we know that there was an ace folded. So he's drawing dead. I mean, he couldn't even catch a queen because she'd make a bigger boat.
And Was will depart the table. And Lauren will double up there. Nicely done. I mean, I've got to be honest, I was folding. What do I know? Yeah, Lauren finds the 2 aces left in the deck. Wow.
I was folding, guys, based on the action.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm sat here, I suppose. Not out there.
And that's why she's won a high roller and I haven't.
She knew her man. Anyhow, let us say we haven't seen the last of Wasgani yet. There will be a turbo later, and trust me, his name will be appearing on that rotor. Okay, so Chad Curry, 25 bigs. He's our short stack at the table in no immediate danger. And was just speaking to Keenan, might be sharing a room or something, I don't know. And they're all buddies. All these guys know each other very well. So seat open on the feature table. We'll see who will join us in a moment. I'll tell you what would be funny if they put Gio there. That would be hilarious.
Oh my word, that would be an insane dynamic
That would
again.
be somewhat amusing.
They're all good friends with Gio as well.
Hand number 58 of the day, 6.5k in the middle, blinds at 152525 on the big blind ante. Daniel Katz to act in the one seats. He'll fold. Went to Ahmed with 9-3. No action.
Chad out the way.
Jamie with ace king is going to raise this up for sure.
Big raise.
22,000 raised to 22.
Keenan looking at Jamie's stack.
Keenan thinking, ace 10. He's been card dead for a while, so maybe these look a lot more attractive when you haven't been seeing cards for a while.
Plus you're thinking, why is he raising so big from the yeah, he folds it.
Yeah, I think he has to give Jamie a bit of respect there.
You know Jason Hoffman, he's given a shout out to Robert Cowley.
Right, Jace. Morning. Robert Cowley is a good man. Good luck to him. I cannot disagree with you at all.
Big hand, yeah.
Jason, good player in his own right. His dad, may his soul rest in peace, also a great player and a great ambassador for games. So nice to see Jason on line. And yet you're right, we were only discussing offline about Robert just now, that he's fun over the table, he's a really nice guy, and you know, just a good human being to be around. So there's not enough of those, to be honest. So yeah, shout out for Rob Cowley. I'm with you, brother. Jason, you and the family, have a nice day. Nice to have you along with us. Okay, looks like Mr. Brooks rivered a set, but
chips are going
the
this
chips
way.
are going somewhere else.
It's a big flush.
Is that Vegandos? No, that's Tim Marcanucci, I think.
Looks like he had a flush there.
Tim Marcanucci takes that one down. The mortgage market man, Mr. Tim Marcanucci.
So we catch up to the next hand. Looks like Daniel Katz has raised under the gun.
I need to consult with my superhero advisors on the t-shirts.
Raised to 17,000.
I have no idea what that is. Maybe it's a superhero or something.
So
no idea. Siobhan's shaking his head and laughing at me like I'm an old man. I am an old man.
So action onto Keenan. He folds. Philippe. Pocket jacks. Oh, here's action again.
Pocket queens, pocket jacks, ace 10. You can't say you don't get your money's worth here at the Sunbet Poker Tour. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, Daniel now, the original raise, has been 3-bet and a caller. Sitting there with ace 10.
Has he got a hat and a hoodie on?
Yeah.
That's a
hat on backwards with a hoodie over it.
That must be how they roll down that end of the world, eh? Top man. As long as you're comfortable. Look at this set of queens here for Ahmed.
Yeah.
Philippe is checking back. Does Ahmed want to get some chips in the pot now, or does he want to check for deception? In the anticipation or hope that the opposition might bet.
How about a small bet to make it look like you've got ace king?
How much you put in?
14,000.
14.
14 into 44. Small
Yeah.
bet.
Comes along nicely. If he doesn't believe he's got a queen, he doesn't believe he's got a queen.
If you get through those 3 hours, you'll need to go through and you'll revert back to the 1 hour structure.
Sounds like the disco downstairs has started. All the dancing puppets or all of the above.
Yeah, early in the day, weekend, yeah.
It's fair to say we are in a holiday resort, so we can't complain. Hopefully it doesn't bleed over into the sound too much and ruin your listening and viewing experience. Sure, I sound like I know what I'm talking about.
31,000.
So 31 into 70 odd.
Jack on the river would be very sick.
Yeah.
But a low card will be sick.
31,000 into 72. So less than a half pot bot. The bet there.
Trying to think of this. If he gives him the queen now, he can fold. Maybe puts him on a big draw. Yep, that's a good fold, by the way. I think.
Yeah, solid fold.
I think it's a very solid fold. And well played by Ahmed. I think you got max value there. So. And then Ahmed, no stranger to the feature table.
You know, just saying our viewers out there, last night I gave a shout out to Damien Cornelli down in Aussie, if you recall, and you said, good man, he made a wise choice for his family, etc. Saw Fabio outside. He says, Damien contacted him and said, I was watching the stream and tell Mark thank you for the shout out while I was watching down in Oz.
Tell him he must type next time so we know where he is and what's happening.
Yeah, Damien, so if you're watching again, put it in there. Type it in and let us know what's going on. But it was nice to hear that he had actually heard the comment and had been watching at the time.
Nice. Very nice.
Raise to 6,000.
So we missed Ahmed's cards there. Didn't separate them when he put them in the box, but I'm pretty sure he was focusing on something else. So we'll sweat with Lauren here, not for long. And around now to Philippe with Queen 10 here. He's going to come along out of the small blinds. And Daniel Katz 3-5 to call. Daniel gets out of the way.
So it's Ahmed v Philippe again.
So the 10 for Philippe. 2 pair on the flop. So Ahmed raised under the gun, which is, you know, normally an indication of a strong move.
5,005.
So the bet was 5-5, I believe. So how much is your 10 with a queen kicker worth? Is the question being asked.
He's going to find out by repopping it.
That much.
See why Ahmed's 2 cards on top of one another, why we can't pick them up. So Ahmed taking his time, now he's looking towards his chips. Oh wow, and he comes back. So he bet, 3 bet, 4 bet.
37 total.
So Ahmed must be on a big hand here.
So asking him the question, and Philippe will get rid of those. and Ahmed's cards will remain a mystery. But let me tell you, in my experience, Ahmed was not bluffing there.
No.
Sure, 2, 3 parts.
It is not his style to be bluffing back into a raise like that.
Really?
Yeah, I think he was definitely beating the 10.
There is Leonard Scott Turner's wife. There we go. How about that?
Soyan.
That's it. Speaking, I think, to Rosa. Back to our feature table. New hand. Hand 61. 1,500, 2,500 on the ante and the big blind. Chad Curry in the red hat to the left of picture, first to act in this hand.
No, I never put that. I never had that. I'm just joking.
So just Chad's only entry in the Hendon Mob is back on the 22nd of May 2021. And that was the Little Slam, event number 3 at the Monster Jam Poker Tour at Carnival City, Johannesburg. And he came 5th and he won 32,340 Rand, which at that time was about $2,318. So I would imagine cash player, but got his name up in lights already once. So anyhow, back to one of the outer tables. What's happening here?
See the action.
Manish is involved by the look of it, and Nadeem is also involved by the look of it. Looks like Nadeem was standing up to do the walk with his coffee, and chips are returning to his location. So sit down and finish your coffee.
And I saw line of Lebanon, Mike Hussein with Des coming in the back, so they're probably going to jump into 1C again.
The answer to that is affirmative. I can confirm Mike is jumping in. Okay, this is a bit of a cooler brewing here. We have Lauren with the queens, who has raised it up. We have Keenan with the kings, who has 3-bet this to 14-5. Philippe out the way. Daniel out the way. Ahmed with 10-6 gets out the way. Jared Curry with ace-king shoves it all into the middle. Back round to Lauren. Lauren now top left of picture. She shoved earlier in a similar situation with ace-queen and nailed it. So is she going to do the same again? Different personalities this time, of course. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a tougher spot for her with the queen. She's asking for a count. I mean, she's raised, she's been 3-bet, and then there's been a 4-bet shove.
It's half a stack. So you got 126,000 behind. The all-in by Keenan is 60. So that's 50% of her holdings.
She still has Keenan Pinar behind her, who 3-bet.
Who has 119, so we're also almost equal stacks. Just do the math though. Let's just do that first. Give yourself time to think, settle down, let the cogs slow down inside the head. She's all in. Keenan will shove immediately.
He's all in.
So we're ace-king versus kings versus queens.
Oh, massive action hand.
This is a huge hand.
Guys, you certainly chose an action table.
I told you, I told you what was going to happen. 342,000 in the pot. Whoever wins this will be the chip leader in the house. And I think I'd quite like to have kings here. But there's going to be an ace on the river, on the flop, trust me.
But he's the shorter stack, so won't damage as much.
Oh, 3 low cards. So my kings are ahead.
King's looking very strong now. There was an ace folded by Daniel.
No help there, rainbow flop and turn. And we need to see, nope, and the kings will hold up. And Keenan will eliminate 2 players, Lauren and Chad. And he will take back 342,000 chipperoonies.
plus what he had a little bit behind. So wow, as you said, a
Chip leader.
monster pot.
Huge pot. Huge pot. What a great hand. A cooler of note.
And as if by Q, Lions Head Poker Crew, morning all, looking forward to some killer coolers. You just got one.
Yeah, indeed,
You'll see it in half an hour's time.
Yeah, that's
You
a
will
cooler.
see it
If you
in
ever
half
saw
an hour.
one, that's a cooler.
Wow. Huge, huge, huge big hand.
2-5.
Doing the count back between Lauren and Keenan.
So the total
So, whilst we're doing the math,
right?
how do we avoid going broke there? Well, I think the ace-king does have a fold there after the all-in. Possibly.
Well, the ace-king moved in first. It was raise, re-raise.
Yeah.
Then the ace-king shoved.
Let me correct myself. The ace-king could have folded after the raise and the re-raise.
Could have.
Especially from those players. In terms of the queens versus the kings, I don't think there's anybody who could have folded there. I don't think I'm folding queens there. Anyhow, who knows? We're not out there. They are out there.
Okay, we have it.
And our short stack has got 63 big blinds.
Sure.
A little bit of depth here.
And
So Keenan will have the enviable task of having to sort out all those chips.
And you chose the table, and we've lost 3 of the players you chose to come up here.
Oh well, there you go.
Moaz, Lauren, and Chad. And your mate Hilly's sending you a shout out there, Gaz.
Why are you still in your hutch? Why are you not out here enjoying the poker and the commentary as usual?
Still on 2005.
Shout out to old Hilly. Hopefully you're going to be well enough soon to venture out into the poker world again. There's lots of people always asking after you. And obviously your close chummers are in touch with you on a regular basis. And yeah, nice to have you along, Hilly, as always. No doubt you are in a relaxed position with a small libation or a coffee or tea in your hand and something sweet, if you've got any sense. Okay, buddy, enjoy the coverage. Speak to you soon. Back to the back to the table, not back to the action. How much more can we have?
Well, that was big action. So been a raise and a call, yeah?
Suited connectors versus the Queen 10. Queen hits on the flop.
And the 6 is hit by Keenan. So you'll bet it. He's got a lot of chips now.
Do you have a bet?
An abundance
7,005.
of chips.
A plethora?
It's a bet, yeah.
May challenge that one. Plethora.
7,000.
I mean, it does mean a lot, I suppose. But he's got lots. I agree, he has got lots. Okay, so Daniel calling. Sounds like a fair fight to me. Pair of sixes versus a pair of queens. Not so fair now.
If you're here for day 1C, we'll be opening up in 10 minutes. We'll be opening up the season in 10 minutes for day 1C.
17,000. It's a bet.
Keenan doesn't shut down.
I have no idea what he said.
To get into the Stephen Iran main event. Day 1C will be your last opportunity to get into this event.
Advertising day 1C.
Sure. Got a little bit of vibration in my ear there. Okay, where are we? Oh yes, we've turned trip queens.
And Keenan didn't slow down. Carried on firing, and Daniel just flatting.
Ace of diamonds on the river. That's a slow down card. Pretty sure Daniel won't be calling this one off now. 66,000 in the middle. Keenan to play. Chuck in 42, I reckon. Maybe 45.
Yeah, I don't think Daniel's folding trip queens though.
Check.
Yeah,
He's gonna check.
Keenan shuts down.
Then the same is due for him then.
On their backs.
Checks back. He's got showdown. He doesn't want to get repopped. Backdoor flush was there. Maybe a full ass, but
I had those two players the wrong way around in my head. That happens. Okay.
there's that beautiful bracelet.
Big
Nice light.
denomination in front, please.
Nice light. Nice shot for the camera, boys. Thank you very much indeed. That is the bracelet for the main event. It signifies that you have battled through 200 plus players to win the ultimate prize on the Sunbet Poker Tour here in the beautiful Sun City Resort in Northwest Province. Oh, and by the way, we'll give you 2 million rand for doing it. Nice work if you can get it. Philippe Unique, black t-shirt, top right is our under the gun player. I'm pretty sure they will bring additional players in. Momentarily, we'll get those details.
So round to Ahmed.
Raise 6,000 total.
Jamie's been pretty quiet. Jamie is in pictures at the bottom right of the picture.
21,000. Alright, button moves.
Keenan with a 3-bet takes them down with ace king. He's picking up a few hands this morning.
Oh no, they wanted to know if you're bringing more players. Okay, thank you. Right, I have 2 more players.
So, Muto Yuhara and Manish will be joining us shortly.
Manish Kashev.
I didn't know which one, that's why I was keeping the secret for the...
I saw his head pop into the screen there as he placed his chips and recognized him.
And Moto is the other player.
Manish seems to be carrying a few chips there.
My little Japanese friend. Okay, I'll just brief the players. I will be back in a moment.
Gary will add more steps to his step meter.
Okay, thank you. Alright, do we have a small blind?
So Daniel folds. Round to Ahmed. He folds. Manish is not at the table. Jamie Villela.
Raise to 6,500.
Going to raise to 6,000. 6,500. Keenan in the small blind. Pocket sixes. Going to be 3-betting. He's got a big stack now. He's going to keep using it.
So it's total. No, it's supposed to be small blind. It's supposed to be small blind.
Well, this is what I put in, so give me
So this should go out. Alright, we have a raise to 24,000.
Philippe is out the way. Back to Jamie.
Sit down, no problem. You can't do it on a small blind, you can sit down.
Moto joining the table. No stranger to us now from the Sunbet Poker Tour, from Times Square, and then from the previous series, Monster Jam series at Emerald. So Jamie contemplating this 3-bet.
The second player coming, yeah? Where is
And Jamie will fold. So pressure by the big stack. 3-betting the sixes there.
Batimos.
So Philippe taking his seat. Manesh coming into picture, bottom left.
Small blind, please.
Very good player Manesh, had a lot of good results, then took a over 6-year hiatus from poker, focusing on his boys and work, and recently returned to the big stage, played at Times Square, had a huge big result in that main event there. Very nice cash by him, top 5 finish. So well done to Manesh. So Ahmed folds around to Manesh now. Jamie Valela folds.
Raise to 5,005.
Keenan on the button, raising. He's going to be very active now, Keenan. Lauren and Muaz off the table. Young Chad Curry gone as well. So Keenan, with a lot of chips, is going to flex and flex and flex. That is his style. Aggressive young player. A very good young player.
Good afternoon and welcome to players that are here for Day 1C. It is the turbo flight of this $3 million main event. If you have a ticket, you are now opening up seating. If you have a ticket, seating is now open. This is your last chance to get into Day 2. This is a nice, flippy, quick 2-hour flight. Of re-entry.
Folded all the way around.
6,000.
Keenan raises from the cutoff. Straight into aces this time though. He has some action.
16.5, 16,500.
Every time I go away, you start a fight, Mark.
Yes, it looks like it, guys. I'm the instigator.
I was just chatting to Lawrence. He said you fold queens there. I said no.
Oh wow.
Oh, just quad sixes.
Keenan is running well, yeah. He's a good player, a really good player, but he's running super well now.
Yep. And Philippe could easily go broke here.
35,000.
So Keenan now has got to decide, how do I extract max value from this chap? Well, you have to just like, cool, we all know that.
$35,000 call.
That's it, take your time, don't get overexcited. Has he got the ace of spades? No. It's a sort of semi-slow down card. Go back to the action.
All in. Call.
All in a snap call. Yeah, he knows his beat. Oh wow.
Drawing dead.
Drawing super dead. Slide your chips over, have a nice day.
And he was chip leader at this table when he arrived, and all his chips are going to go across to Keenan. Keenan's going to have a monster stack. 5 of spades is no help. There was no help for him. He was drawing dead.
Keenan is now over $500,000.
Sit open.
So yeah, I ran into Lawrence, who stood on the rail there. And of course, just before the peanut gallery start, the hand was open played, so it wasn't like it was hidden. So we are able to talk about it with players. And she said, could you fold there? I said, we reran the hand in our heads, and we reran it verbally in the back. And the only thing that could have happened is maybe after the raises that the ace-king could have folded, but the queens and kings, the money was going in. And she said, so I was good. I said, as far as I'm concerned, it's good. You know, cool as a coolest had happened. She said, you know what? At least it went to Keenan, he's my buddy. I hope he wins.
And
Well,
he's
nice.
certainly used those chips now.
Yeah, he's a nice lad as well, Keenan.
Yeah, very good young aggressive player, and
one of the Cape Town mob.
Yeah, and with those chips now, he's going to be a serious contender.
Okay, back to the action. Jamie, oh, here we go. Another fight brewing.
Raise to 7,000.
Keenan's going to have a rest by the look of it.
He could go to dinner now, guys. Bag and take that.
Yeah, that would be okay. Queen 10 here for Ahmed to get out of the way. And we found Manish, as you can see. Manish, sorry. The Manish is at the other table. We said, as we said last event, Manish had come out of retirement and ran really well. So good for him. Nice to see him back again. Ace, ace, 9. The kings are definitely ace magnets.
$8,000.
And Motor will take down that hand.
Yep. Obviously, Manish didn't have an ace. Once he bets, kings are good.
May I please have the button, please?
So it sounds like they're circling the wagons for 1C, which is the turbo event to get into the main event. Well, not to get into it, to actually be in it and go forward into day 2. Day 2, incidentally, will be starting not at the advertised 4 o'clock, but at 6:30 this evening. So time for a rest, go brush yourself down, clean your teeth, put your best poker trousers on, and come back and join day 2 of 3 for this blue ribbon event with a 3 million prize pool. Nice work if you can get it.
1.250 guaranteed for first.
So what it is, that the guarantee for first?
Yeah, 1.250.
Raise to 7,000.
Maybe I'll go jump in the turbo. Okay, so we're off and running again here. Ahmed with 8-3 diamonds, they're going amok. 7-5 for Manish.
Folds. Just see how active Keenan's going to be with that stack now. He's going to be raising all the suited gap connectors, etc., etc. His PRP is going to be very high. Gio standing there in center.
Arab was sailing well earlier. All that table was doing well. Tim Akanusi had built up a reasonable sized stack the other side of the dealer. If Philip was to sit back, we might just see it, or Steve Riley was to move his head. You'll see that there's a reasonable sized stack there for Tim.
And Harold looks like he's got a lot of chips.
Harold's sailing nicely. I mean, he's due one of these main events, I think.
Yeah, he's played well this whole week, Gary.
Yeah, he's cashed already, of course. Right, we're back to our feature table.
Right.
And a reminder, this is finished.
7,500.
I think this is 2 hours the duration, so it's 2 levels. And then these guys will bag and tag, and as I say, they'll come back for day 2, which will start at 6:30 this evening. Right, Marquis, I think it's time for your exercise break.
This is my exercise break,
I think
guys.
you need to go sojourn around the tables and go get some
I
news.
shall do so.
Find out who the big stacks are and see who's hanging around for that turbo. Okay, I was going to say Carrie Katz then for a minute. Daniel Katz. It'd be nice if Carrie Katz was playing here. Daniel Katz, King Queen of clubs.
Right.
Under the gun. And he's going to come out firing.
6,500.
So the raise is 6-5. Ahmed is out of the way. Ganesh is about the way. Jamie with 9s is an opportunity to enter into the pot here. I'm glad to see Jamie stop wearing that 44 Lewis Hamilton cap. Big fan of the F1, Jamie. I love to talk to him about cars. Very, very knowledgeable man. Okay, so the flop is 5-3 ace. Currently ahead is Jamie Varela.
6-5.
Daniel continues to tell the story, and Jamie's a non-believer, and he'll peel one.
6,500.
Immediately that has the opposite effect, that everybody thinks he's now got an ace. Gives him credibility. 2 pair for Jamie. Let's see if Daniel's going to continue the story. The moment he knuckles this back, it'll get bet by Jamie. If he needs to bet to tell the story, if he's going to rep the ace. Here comes the bet. Something about 12,000 maybe.
17,000.
17 is the number. If Jamie didn't believe him before, he's not going to believe him now, and he'll come along and call this. Let's see if Jamie's got a raise. Wow, Jamie gives it up. The story made sense. And Jamie folds the best hand, but under pressure from the ace and the continued betting patterns of Daniel. So
Small blind, big blind.
my milkman's arrived, swapping out my Cug Light.
2525.
That's Sean Delange, who's been working with us learning this the business this last 10 days. I've just put it out there. Sean did send me a friend request on Facebook. I've accepted, but it's provisional based on his how nice he is to me and how many nice things he posts and stuff like that. Really exclusive club, you know. At the tables, John looks like he's tired. I suspect he is tired. He's played a lot of events. Okay, back to our featured table. So a new hand, please, for the technical guys. Thank you. Hand 72, 1525, 25 on the big blind ante. Ahmed Karim will be your under the gun player, bottom left of your screen in the 1 hole. There he is. Jack 3 of clubs, they'll be returned to the dealer. Manish will not play those. Jamie gets rid as well. Moto with Jack 5 on the dealer button in position, gets rid of the small blind with a raise. And Daniel Katz has got nothing. And classic steal there from Moto. From position, gets through the blinds, picks up the dead money, and
Alright, small blind. 152525.
picks up the profit. 44 bigs for Moto, so in no danger at this moment in time, but there will be a problem going forward. So, crikey, who's who there? Nick Zackham, Franco, Mike, Vegan Das, Max, all settling down for the turbo. Daniel Lombardi with his back to us, and I think that's Greg. Yeah, Greg with the between Nick and Daniel. So that's a pretty powerful table when it comes to poker, and that's your turbo level 1. Off we go, we're off and running.
Alright, big blind 2525.
Back to the feature table, hand 73. The dealer puts out the cards, and Ahmed is under the gun.
Your blinds are up. 1,500, 3,000. 1,500, 3,000. This is your last level.
Alright, blinds up next end.
Very one.
Blinds up next end.
B. Last 1 hour of very one. You must go and jump back in. You can get into the next picture. It's the turbo clock.
And I do believe that's David NG has joined us here. Ah, there he is. So he's come to the table, 93,000. Obviously tables balanced in from the outside. That's why my confusion arose. Happy Christmas, joins on the big blind. Okay, Button will move to Daniel Katz. David will be in the small blind, and big blind will go to Ahmed Karim.
3,000.
There we go to the outside table. So left-hand side is the turbo. Right-hand side, as you look at it, is the day 1B players who are playing 4 levels today. The turbo players will play to conclusion, bag and tag, and join the rest of the players from day 1A, day 1B at 6:30, and we will start day 2 official of the main event, where all 3 sets of players will come together. Okay, that is David in picture. David with Jack 10 here. Decides he will come along. Looks like a limp. Option with Ahmed in the big blind. You won't often see him check, but I think you will here. Ace Jack 2. So David hits his Jack. He's going to check it. He should know that Ahmed doesn't have an ace here. Ahmed was never checking an ace. Ahmed will bet out, test the waters.
3,000.
Ahmed bets 3,000. David says, I don't believe you have an ace. My Jack is good, and he'd be right to say that. There's another overcard to his Jack. Snap check there from him. Maybe Ahmed will smell a rat. If he wants to tell the story, he needs to bet. Option again, as I say, with Ahmed. Looks down at his chips, says I'm going to continue to tell the story. 15 in the pot, something like 7.5 here.
Bet 13,500.
Almost pot size. Clear message being sent. He's having none of it. Still doesn't believe.
1,005 change.
The 3 is not going to help. So David has won the hand, but he still has to get through this river bet that's going to come from Ahmed. Ahmed has to bet if he wants to win it.
Reminder that this is a best at 4 tournament, so you can play multiple day ones and take your best at 4 with you. It is not an accumulator, though.
Checks it back. David in small blind will have to show his cards first. Ahmed doesn't have to show his.
So I'm back from my 3-day camel ride. Any exciting news while I was away, Gaz?
You've seen the most exciting hand right now.
Okay, was that it? So from the outer tables news, they're down to 38 players in this day 1B.
And how's my man Myberg doing?
He's grinding away. He's medium stack grinding away. Not built any towers as of yet. And the day 1C has kicked off.
I saw that. That was quite a big table with Max and his jummers.
Yeah, what a table. They sit down. Max in seat 1, Lion of Lebanon, Mark Hussein seat 2, Franco seat 3.
I named them all as I sat down.
As you did.
I was saying
and
it's pretty hectic.
they said to me, how the heck do we all get sat here? Daniel Lamberti, Max says we're going to be annoying him because we've been drinking already. We are going to be annoying
Daniel
him.
was sat at the top of the table as well
Yeah.
from our angle.
So they're having some fun out there. There's already the fourth table filling up.
Okay.
So a lot of players jumping in. Lauren also had a little chat to me about that hand with the queens, etc. And we had a little discussion on it. And she's still a little distraught. And I said, you mustn't beat yourself up. You had to do what you had to do.
Yeah, you've got $1 million in the bank. Don't worry about it.
And I said to her, Gaz was calling all day long. I said, I was saying fold. I said, but I'm conservative and you don't win high rollers by being conservative, which made her smile.
7,000.
Okay, back to the action. Raise by Keenan. Still pre-flop. So, sorry, it was raised and called.
Wow.
7-7-10. So Keenan continues to get smacked with the deck here.
Gee, he is running well. I mean, he's playing well, but he's running well.
6,000.
When a good player runs well, it is terrible news for everybody else. And as predicted, Moaz, etc., have all jumped back into day 1C.
Yeah, I didn't think that was. They're not going to sit around here all day tomorrow, that's for sure.
Tamakanusi's got a big stack, guys.
Yeah, we just zoomed in on it. I actually said while you were away. I said that well, the dealer was in the way, so we tried to get a good shot through the middle. Yeah, I didn't pick up on that.
35 left now. There were 38 when I was out there 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. So the blinds are up here: 1,500, 3,000, 3,000 on the big blind ante, and we've got 52 minutes and some change to run on this event before they take a rest, bag and tag, and they come back at 6:30 to join the train that will be day 2 of the main event from the beautiful Sun City Resort here in the Northwest Province. Do you know it's a fact that 50% of South Africans can't name all 9 provinces? How about that? There's a bit of trivia for you. Heard it on the radio this morning. Of course, immediately I sat there and had to name them all. I got them all.
Of course, you got to.
I got them all. So I'm the 50 positive rather than the 50 negative.
Yeah.
Whether or not that's true or not, I don't know. But it's actually a shocking indictment on this country if you can't name the 9 provinces.
Yeah, but you must understand that there's a large rural population that haven't had a
formal education.
Formal education, and that would explain the statistic as well.
Yeah. And yeah, maybe it was just a ditty on the radio. I don't know. But I thought it was a curious stat. The drummers and the puppets are back.
Yeah,
They must be on shift. 14:25. Let's time them. It's actually quite pleasant to watch the drummers and the puppet masters and all the rest of it, or puppeteers as they're called.
Not you, not you. Next end, definitely next end.
Day 1C, the other time we have 4 tables going already on day 1C. They're ready for you to come in the first table. 4 open tables. This is your last opportunity to get into this over 3 million rand now. Class 2.
Jacks for Keenan. Surprise, surprise, he's getting another
Oh, my
premium
word.
hand.
A veritable card rack.
Raise to 7,500.
Let's see what the others get in their lucky box.
So David might like to get involved with his Queen Jack of Diamonds. And makes the call. Ahmed folds. Manesh looking very stylish in that. Was that an AC Milan? One of the Italian team smart jackets.
It is the European Cup final today, which will be between AC Milan and Liverpool. So I actually don't know where it's being held.
And how's that flop, guys?
Ace Jack 10.
A King Queen for Moto.
Yeah, that's a proper run good, and the Queen Jack for David.
And the big hands continue.
So there's draws aplenty, pairs aplenty. Oh, and by the way, Keenan flopped a set.
Yeah, and Moto flopped the nuts.
How good are you running, China? How good are you running?
He's got to pair the board though. Moto is still in front.
Yep.
9-5 total.
Keenan bet his set, and he has Moto sitting with the nuts, guys.
Moto won't be scared to shove his money across the line. He won't do it all, but he's going to flat it off here.
Maybe he's looking to dodge a
classic moment here, referenced my article yesterday. Don't always be afraid of the flushes.
Well, he's raised. He has raised.
Yeah, but don't always be afraid of them.
Yeah, that was a great article and made me think. I mean, the hand we were discussing was different, but this is perfect for what you were saying. Perfect.
Okay, Keenan obviously not going anywhere with a set here. I mean, he can put Moto on. He's deciding whether he's going to 3-bet this.
Yeah, he is. Look at this. The money's going in here. I think Queen Jack gets out the way now, guys.
Yeah, it's getting an expensive habit, this now. Too expensive.
It's virtually his whole stack gone.
71,500.
And Moto.
500 change.
We'll go back to Moto.
715. 71,500.
And that is.
All in call.
There we go. One card to come. The nuts versus a set. So any queen, any 10, any ace.
All in call.
So Moto just doesn't want to see paint, basically.
Yep. Well, he doesn't want to see any paint or a tent. And it is a brick, and Moto will double up.
Big double up for Moto. And first dent to young Keenan this morning.
Yeah, a bit of a prisoner there. I think not anyone with his play. I think we're going to get another shot of the trophy. How about that?
Beautiful looking with the leaderboard over it. Still well up there, Keenan.
Yep. David with 33 bigs. And a nice backdrop there, so good camera work by our chaps out there. We like that a lot. Well framed. The light in the background is also very nice, and they've done the dusting. Good men. Very, very nice. That's what the winner gets, plus 1.25 million. We're off and running. It's like an all-in moment on the table there. They tap the table. And that looks like Cole just all in.
Yeah, and has eliminated someone.
And as Clayton would say, Briganti is spinning it up.
Gets a little fist bump from across the table.
Yeah.
Had a chatty with him.
A little trivia question. Why do they call Cole Briganti?
Okay. Us that play the home game not allowed to help.
No. Why do they call Cole Briganti? There you go. There's a good trivia question. Back to the feature table. King and Jack 9 here. King 10 for Manish.
11,000.
So the Lion's Head Poker crew have come back on, and we promise you some coolers. I don't know what they say. What are they saying there? Enjoyed that Ace King versus Kings versus Queens. Well, you asked for it, we just provide.
Yeah, it was on cue as they asked for it, and I said 30 minutes later they'd see it, and they loved your hand, Gaz. That's Tony Van Eden. Still got a nice stack there. A little chatty with them too. Focusing in on his ring there. And Marina having a chat there with Vigandas. He's also in that mix there with that. What a crazy table. And it is the turbo. There's going to be some high-flying action there.
Remember, it's a freeze out as well, huh? No, it isn't. They can rebuy.
They can rebuy. So it's going to be frenetic. So action on Manesh. Doesn't really seem like he's had much to play with since he's got here. He's being patient.
He'd be very patient.
Oh, and Moto. Hello.
Moto with the aces.
Right. 7,005.
Keenan won't fight back with that. Daniel Katz neither, and that'll just get the blinds. Said to Tamakanusi, who did you mug to get all those chips? Got a little laugh out of him and said to him, nice stack buddy, and he said, yeah, no, working at it. A lot of chips there, a lot of chips. And you gave a nice shout out to his company.
The old mortgage market, yep. Nice brand.
And Robert Carley said his son heard us read out his messages and he had to phone his dad and say, they read my message, oh dad, I'm so happy to be watching you. So this is the great thing about the stream, is that the family can watch and friends can watch, etc. and breed some new poker players out there.
Indeed they can.
I must say the poker's perked me up. I was feeling a little run down this morning and it's perked me right up.
Good. Aces, no queens from Moto. Takes a lot of perking to perk you up.
A good few buckets full.
A couple of tons of perking required. Bigfoot needs big perking up.
Bigfoot. Oh, whenever you say that, I can just see Yasim. Gotta love him. Yasim, if you're out there or somebody's watching, give him a shout out. Yeah. We'll never live down that nickname from him.
When names are apt, they tend to stick.
It's so unfair that I can't give the public Yasim's one for you.
Yeah, shame. The lovely ladies of the Sunbet Poker Tour, Kirsty, Caitlin and Candice, beavering away on their smoking keyboards. Ace 5 for Manish.
And I did get a hug from the other one, Manish, in the corridor earlier.
Who, the real Mr. Singh?
Yeah, the real Mr. Singh said, hello, how are you? And a big hug, and I'm enjoying myself, got a reasonable stack. Had about 120k at that point.
Manish, hello darkness, my old friend Singh.
That's it.
What a lovely man. Okay, Ace King for Daniel Katz here. I wonder if he's related to Carrie Katz. It's an unusual surname.
7,005.
Carrie Katz. He's the guy who won the Aces v Aces.
And we have the famous photo cats in South Africa, was the Katz family.
Is that right? I don't know about those.
Yeah, it was a chain of stores at one point. Don't see them anymore.
Maybe they are victims of the economy, the inflation, the pandemic, or all of the above. Or just the bloody fuel price, eh? Jeepers.
Yeah.
I'll buy myself a bike. Okay, David is contemplating a call or a raise. I don't quite know which. A raise would not be too clever in this spot. He's not to know that. The deal button has raised. Carry Daniel Katz, which is in most players' eyes a standard play if it's linked to them. So therefore, they can get busy out of the small or the big blind.
He is attempting it.
Right.
That's exactly what he's doing.
20,500.
So Ahmed will fold, and I should suspect we'll get a large 3-bet from 4-bet from Daniel.
Do you 4-bet him here, Gaz, or do you put the short stack all in?
I put him all in.
Me, I put him all in as well.
He has to play for all of it.
I want to see all 5 and I want to make him play for the lot.
Yeah. And you know, and I know, he's snap folding.
Yeah, absolutely. But with AK there, I've got the biggest stack. I'm putting the short stack to the test and putting him all in. And then I want to see all 5 in case I brick that flop.
I think we've got a new player coming into the feature table. I actually think it might be Tim Akanusi. No, it isn't. It isn't Tim.
Re-raise. More.
So he gets the same result.
Yeah, so it's JP Oates who's joining us. You'll see him in picture now.
And
no strangers to the feature table.
Yeah, and he was very short stacked overnight.
Been grinding it back up. 2 IC of the Baldies.
Thank you, JP. Welcome.
You say that, I walked out and Henny, JP and Harold were all standing talking, and I said, oh, I can't stand, I've got too much hair. I got a few chuckles and a few stares.
Nice.
The lovely Sunbet Poker Tour logo on the wall at the back, flashing from this big LED screen, reflecting on that back wall. So how many chips did Mr. Oakes bring to the table?
152,000, I think. Do not quote me. I briefly saw the stack coming through.
7,500.
We'll find out shortly. You are exactly right, sir.
There you go.
The action is here.
I try not to forget much. Talking of forgetting, I'm going to go put some steps in. Quick comfort break, excuse me.
So Keenan's raised with the queen line suited through to the small blind. Now only Manesh in the big blind. And Manesh will fold. Been very patient, Manesh, but that he can be. Good, strong, solid player. So there is the leaderboard on this feature table. Still atop there, Keenan, 413k. That one big hand that he lost when Moto flopped the straight and he flopped a set of jacks. Not much he could do there. Lauren not yet jumped into 1C. There are 4 tables going for that in the left-hand pit there. And in the right-hand side, the remnants of day 1B along with our feature table. A lovely Marina in the foreground. Nadim was still in last we looked.
Another gun. Correzo fall.
So Motor folds, Keenan folds. Around to JP Oakes, who is now been made a Frenchman because he's Jean-Pierre. Just because he's got a French first name. He can be French for this hand.
Does it feel to be the second best player in your relation?
So he is raised to 8k, round to Ahmed with ace 3 suited. He knows JP's range. He doesn't 3-bet as he would some other players from there. Or does he?
Besting on 8,000.
That's flat called. In position. So we'll go 2-8 to the flop. So neither player has a club in their hand, a spade in their hand. The gut shot for Ahmed, and JP still ahead with his ace queen. Well, not a great flop for him. He checks. Action on Ahmed now. He can take away the betting lead here. He's got a double belly buster, a 2 or a 6. 7 is a brick for him. Still the 2, the 6. And a lot of chop abilities now. A 4 or a 5 would bring a chop pot. And there's the 2. It's the straight. Ahmed going to bet his straight.
6,000.
And he folds. And Ahmed will take the hand down with a straight. There were 4 spades out there. But he takes the hand away. Here's Tamakanusi. Big stack. And Harold's stack looking fairly comfortable as well. Franco and Lion of Lebanon. There's Lion of Lebanon, and then Franco sporting their House of Cards shirts. Max hasn't got his one on today. All from the same crew. All sitting together drinking. Max seems to be piling up some chips there. Keenan out the way, around to JP. Who looked like he was meditating there. And has become South African again. We're playing the Oaks part now. He played the Jean-Pierre in the previous hand. Blinds going up in that 1C out there. It is a turbo. Blinds will go up every 15 minutes. As opposed to the every 1 hour that this day 1A and B have been. So ace king for Ahmed in the cutoff.
Up to 7,000.
8-6 for Manesh. Gets out the way. Jamie in the small blind with ace 10. It's come along, and that has induced Moto to be priced and come with a 9-7. So Ahmed with top pair, top kicker. You can see the percentages of the other players very low. 3 and 2% respectively. When the continuation comes, I'm no doubt they will fold. Nothing there for either player.
Small blind, big blind.
So there is day 1C filling up nicely now. 4 full tables. Serbian George jumped in there. Fabio Corneli's on that table as well. There's Tamakanusi. There's his chip stack just a little below. There we go. Mountains of chips in front of him. A lot of stacks of those 5Ks behind, which you can see from the other side. Mariette language in the background.
Yeah, for us as well. No, might have been 2 years ago.
So JP Oaks under the gun. Folds, Daniel folds. David's already out the way. Up to Ahmed.
Guys, please make sure that your big
He
fish
folds
are
in the
front
hijack.
control.
So Manesh, this is the first really spot that he's had. It's folded to him. He's in the cutoff with ace-8. I would expect him to raise from here. Puts in the raise. Keenan defending his big blind with 7-4. And he flops the best of it. There are the outs for Manesh on top. The 5 is a brick on the turn for him. The 4-7 is still ahead.
$8,500, the bet.
Checked twice by Keenan. Well, no, Keenan bet the turn there. Manesh called him with a gut shot.
Cuts up.
And they open up, and the 4-7 will be good. Keenan will add some more chips to his stack with the defense of the big blind there. There is the next table that is opened with the day 1C, the 4th table. We've got Henny Appel there on that table. There's Zabi in the background. Denzel's jumped in there. Faisal has jumped in there. So a couple of players that have jumped in there. In front there's Fabio, there's Jesse Rosen, there's Godfrey Mwazgani. And then the table on the left with Nick Zackham and the House of Cards crew and Daniel Lamberti.
Yeah, that one. Forget about it. Correza Paul.
It's folded around to Moto. He goes back into sleeping mode. Woke up to play the hand, folded, and back to sleeping mode. We've actually caught him at Times Square having a full-on nap at the feature table. Woke up, played his hand, went back to sleep again.
Raised to 10,000.
And Gary said that was nothing unusual. So he limped him, raised by JP, called by Keenan. JP gets the best of this one. Running cards required for Keenan now. That's why he's only a 6% equity. And he will bet the ace. 10,000, small bet. But can get no more action or joy from Keenan. So there it is, the 4 tables in day 1C. Added to the already 208 players. There's Gary busy checking out all the players, the tables. Mark Joseph keeping an eye on things. So we already had from day 1A and day 1B, and there's Bradley, who always normally does the GFX software in conjunction with Hichu. And he's had a few understudies this week. Siobhan has been learning there. Sean Langer has been learning there. Da Langer. He's not just Lang, he's Da Langer. They add the extra 2 inches. the add-on from the all-in. So round to Ahmed Karam. He's folded. Manesh folds. So getting back there, it's a 208 from days 1A and B, and we already got 30 odd players in day 1C. So that's going to put us around the 240 mark, which is fantastic news. Surpass the guarantee of 3 million and escalate the prize pool for the players. So wonderful value for those to still jump into day 1C, which is why a lot of those that didn't make it are playing down there. So Keenan raises the queen 3, takes that hand down. Totally focused, doesn't say much at the table. In the zone, music in the ear. JP looking very studious there. Round to Ahmed under the gun. Kick off the next hand. Jack 9 too early. Manesh, as I said, had not much to play with. Jamie folds onto Moto. Ace 5 suited.
Raise to 7,000.
Raises it to 7. Queen 10 from Keenan in the cutoff. Folds. Action on JP. Queen 3 suited on the button. Folds those. Daniel Katz, the small blind. Out the way. Round to David in the big blind. King 5 off. And he says, I don't want you to steal my blind, and defends. No help for him on the flop. Ace 5 of Moto still ahead. Moto checks behind. Now there's the action. There's up and down for both, but the nut flush draw for Moto. Ace high still ahead anyway. Moto now going to bet it. David has to make a decision. He's got an up and down draw. $12.5 to call for his up and down. Into 31. One card to come. Yeah, not the right odds, and he lets go. Any news from the outer fronts there, guys?
Yeah, Cole's doubled up, which is nice, and there's now 4 tables on the turbo, so that's running nicely. Clayton was down to about 19,000, but he spun it back up nicely, which is good. Tony Van Eerden's still holding quite a big stack. I think probably one of the biggest stacks in the room, next to, of course, Keenan and the guys on this table. I think most of the chips are up here at the feature table, to be honest. And as you can see there now, that shot, there's the four tables in the turbo. And that table with Daniel Lombardi and all that lot, and it's been split, but still got some of those characters there, so that's nice. And also on Cole's table now is Jason Dominguez. So they've split the table. Robert Cowley's still there, of course, and Tony. They're keeping the band together. So yeah, and you're right, Tim is still sailing well. And nice to see JP at the table. I'm sure he'd be happy to be on the chip leaders left. JP running with 153, so he's up a grand since he got here. And Daniel Katz has picked up 10s here.
And he's also chipped up nicely, very quietly there in the corner from his, came to the table with 170 and he's got over 300 now. So that's a juicy flop again. Nut flush draw for Keenan. Up and down and the pair of 10s for Daniel. Bless you guys, that cat next to you really getting you.
Do you know, I never sneeze until Sean sits next to me. I must have an allergy to something. I think I have an allergy to Sean.
Must be his aftershave, guys. Wait, he doesn't shave.
He doesn't actually smell that good either. If you had BO, brother, you wouldn't be sat there, trust me. I'd have told you to your face.
Sean, whilst a lot of our comments, he would not fit in at our home game, he would be traumatized.
Yeah. Those people who don't know me, trust me, I don't keep my thoughts inside if they need to be outside. Mind you, I've grown a little more tactful in my old age. I'm too fragile to be getting into trouble. Okay, Keenan has got the check mark here, so...
Yeah, he turned the nuts.
I wonder how much money he can get out. He's bet 14,000. And...
So Daniel looked like he wants to pull a move here. Oh my word, he's pulling a move into the nuts. And because Keenan bet that flush draw on the flop, Daniel's putting him on a queen and not on the flush draw. And when the flush turned and Keenan bet again, he is now ripping the flush draw, or the flush, which is actually what Keenan has. So by betting the flush draw, Keenan has reversed the psychology, and the very hand that Daniel is trying to represent is the one that Keenan holds.
So if you have a small set and you're going through and need to secure yourself into those two, you can have a swing in the next.
There comes the big re-raise now. And now Daniel.
Yeah, total for you, 48 more.
Catch me up here, sorry, we had a...
So, raise pre-flop by the 10s, call by the A7 in the big.
I got that bit, just the end bit.
The flop, Keenan led out, so he repped the queen, not the flush draw.
So he 3-bet to 80.
Yeah, Daniel called the flop on the turn.
He made those nuts.
Keenan, yeah, made the nuts. He led out again. Daniel then pulls the move and 3-bets, representing the flush that Keenan's actually holding. And Keenan's come back over the top with a 4-bet.
With the 3-bet.
Well,
yeah, so no, Daniel has to call the 3-bet.
Yeah.
That's right, am I right?
It's actually with a 4-bet, but yeah, that the action doesn't say it. Because the bet on the flop by Keenan, re-raised by Daniel, 4-bet by Keenan.
Okay. So what's happening here now?
And he folds the 10s, open folds the 10s, and Keenan takes down the hand.
Wise move, young fella.
Yeah, I've noticed that on our graphics sometimes. I mean, there's a bet, then the 3-bet comes in. Then it goes back 4-bet. I don't know. That's the way I see it. Graphics reads it differently.
Machines, eh? Machines. So 31 players left in from the 148. This will be 14 minutes to the break. This is the end of, yeah, this is day 1B, isn't it? This is the end of it. They'll all come together and join up again at 6:30 tonight.
Yeah. Actually, the machine's right, because he just bet the flop. He's not raising on a blind. It's pre-flop that is different. So the machine is right. It's bet, raise, 3-bet. All right,
it's okay,
Marky.
Mark. We forgive you. Don't worry. It's a long day.
It's a long 8 days, guys. Day 9 now, guys.
For you, I've been here since the 16th. I'm a part of the staff here.
Yeah.
I walked in this morning. Hello, Gary. In the canteen. Ethel on the eggs. Hello, Gary.
You don't even have to flash your ID card for the breakfast anymore.
Oh, no, no. Hello, sister. In you come. Nice people here at Sun City. Nice people. Very nice. Very helpful. Happy to oblige. The lady who's cleaning my rondavo is going to be super excited when I leave. I'm leaving half a spar in the flipping cupboard. I've got like 20 bags of chips.
All the groceries you
like
brought.
3-4 bars of chocolate. I've got cheese, I've got bread, I've got all sorts of stuff. So my lady is going to be going home full. Sean wants chocolate. That'll be the Sean I'm allergic to. Why didn't you give Sean a job? I'm allergic to him. CCMA. What are you allergic to? All of him. Why? How does that manifest itself? I keep sneezing. Yeah, probably not grounds for firing somebody. back to the action. Oh dear. 9-7 Jack 8. Ahmed with the 84%. Difficult board for both players, this. He who bets first.
Just checked so far.
Jack high.
Jack high in front. Jack high is good.
The river card came down. We didn't see what the river card was. There was another 10. Okay. So the answer to your question about his top, I don't know. I think it's just a fashion thing with an Italian flag, no?
Yeah, it's.
I don't think it's a team. Looks too posh for that.
It's a very posh shirt with the Italian badge there. That's why I thought maybe AC Milan supporting them for the game today. But Manish is a very stylish man.
Nothing wrong. I'm actually surprised JP's not wearing his card stream jacket.
So Gary, we're heading towards the end of this day 1B.
I haven't got an answer for you.
There's the timing clock in the top left corner, which is lines up with Gary's
I've got
clock.
it on my phone. I timed the phone because just so we can keep a rough eye on what's going on. So I have no idea if we're going to be televising any of the turbo. I do know that we will be away for at least 30 to 40 minutes because we have to run the stream out. So the delay runs out. We can't just cut it off, otherwise we'd lose everybody. And if we're not doing the turbo, then we'll be back for the 6:30 day 2. If we are doing the turbo, we'll be back probably within an hour. So that's the answer to your next question, I think.
Yeah, that was going to be the next one. Gary the clairvoyant, and he knew I'd say that.
Indeed. And I knew he was going to do that as well. Oh, allergic one. I'm calling Sean. Sean is now known as the Allergy. That's his new name. The Allergy. Could be a superhero. Nice cards for Manish.
And he will defend the small blind with that.
So I suspect. I wonder what he's taking those names for.
Moto having his normal nap.
Oh yeah, he sleeps anywhere, Moto.
He does,
He's
all the
gone.
time. It's unreal.
Proper.
I was just telling.
It's just normal. I just see him sleeping. I just
Yeah.
accept it. I mean,
We told Sean we caught him sleeping at Times Square. Wakes up to play his hand, and there he is doing exactly that.
no,
He
you'll
has
wake
an
up. You'll wake up and it's his turn.
uncanny knack of knowing when the cards are in front of him.
No, he used to be a bat in a former life.
Checks all the way around.
No, I suppose they're going to draw for how many hands they're going to play.
Yeah. Manesh checked that flop, and now the ace comes out that Ahmed will rep. Manesh comes out of hiding now, bets.
7.
Jamie will get out the way.
He's got nothing to fight with.
And Manesh will take that round down. A welcome pot, he hasn't had many.
3 hands.
And we will play 3 more hands to the end of the day.
That will be the end of day 1B.
Big blind, please.
At last look, there were 30 odd survivors to go into day 2 along with the 12 from day 1A and whatever comes through from day 1C.
So an interesting shot of some cards on the table there. I happen to know that our Bradley is out there learning to be camera chappy, putting some art into that. So maybe that was one of his. Who knows? Do not give that man a camera.
There he is wandering around with that mobile camera, and that was Bradley's shot that he set up.
Yeah, very artistic.
Yeah, very good artist.
I follow him on TikTok. He's got tons of beautiful pictures. Speak to Bradley if you want anything doing. He's particularly good at these DC and Marvel characters and other enemies. I'm saying a word I don't really know here, but I know you'll know what I'm talking about.
And designing tattoos.
He does that also. And we're going to commission him to do some artwork in our office as well. So, good old chap.
Check.
One of his first works was the writing on the chimney of my braai in my house. How about that? I have some Bible verse on there.
Which I preserved when I painted your house. We masked around it and made it into a picture frame.
Nice. Report this silly people putting posts on our street. Okay, they have been reported. So I think that's hand 1 of 3.
So Moto takes down that hand with a 2 pair from the big blind. Woke up to play his hand.
Yeah, I'm on a second last now. Second last one. Pleasure. What is the four?
King 10 here for David. Doesn't want to get involved here on the other end. Wants to bag that stack. Manesh with the same King 10 but in cut off. Fancy he'll raise that. No, Bossa doesn't want to get involved. Moto coming in, he doesn't mind to get involved.
Moto out of hibernation momentarily.
Raise to 9,000. 6,000 more.
And Keenan will take down that hand as well. He's both nearly back to the 500k again, guys.
Yeah, he'll carry a nice sack of chips forward. Nothing wrong. Pivotal hand being the ace, king, queens and kings.
1,500 small.
Not down too many tables there on the right hand side anymore.
they'll be bagging and tagging on the right. On the left, we got 4 tables for the turbo. Looks like Cole's walking. Hopefully he's not walking because he's lost all his chips.
Hopefully it's because he's bagged already.
Are they bagging on that bottom table?
Yeah, they're already bagging there. So, yeah, it looks like Cole is bagged. I was going to say, hopefully he didn't bust. Come on, Cole, you can't bust in the last 3 hands. Does happen. But I think he had bagged.
7,500.
Daniel Katz raises with the Queen Jack of clubs. It's folded, Jamie, I think folded. Moto's folded. Action on Keenan.
Before signing.
With a decision to make with a 9-10 suited.
Day 1C. Only 42 players have made it into day 1 or into day 2.
So Keenan called.
$25,000.
JP comes with a ace king with a big 3-bet. Last spot to find ace king. There's been a raise and a caller. It's 3-betted. Martin Maroon in the background. Hello, champ. Daniel calls and that might pass Keenan to come now. That's exactly what's happened.
Look what you started.
6-4-4. Ace king still well in front here.
Yeah, option with Keenan. He could try and rep something here.
Checks.
Round to JP. JP's continuation should do it.
That's definitely the end of Daniel making the grab and I'm going to shove joke and folds. Keenan out the way and nice hand for JP to finish off with plus 50k.
Yeah, very nice too.
As he bags. So that's the end of our day 1B, Gary.
Yep. It looks like it. So the players are all bagging and tagging. Watch social media because we don't know if we're going to be covering any of the turbo. We certainly won't be back for the next 40 minutes or so, whatever the case. So if not, the worst case scenarios, we'll start again at 6:30 and the stream will obviously come online a half an hour after that. And yeah, bye-bye for now. See you later.